go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Morning, you awake yet? How's everybody doing?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I hope everybody is doing well. This is Crew-11 launch coverage, the start of a very long stream today. But, yeah. Here we go. So the coverage has already started. Right now, currently we're sitting at T-minus 3 minutes 46. 3 hours, 46 minutes, 23 seconds. I need more coffee. Much better. And the three astronauts and a cosmonaut are waiting to go inside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. We'll pick up the coverage here. Systems go. And we will unmute.
Everyone who you see in the room wearing a black ninja suit, we call them ninja suits, there they are SpaceX employees, except for this gentleman right here, number 30. That is astronaut Marcos Barrios. He is in the role of astronaut support person, or what we call the ASP. And tell me what his role today will be.
Yeah, so he's the direct support to the crew. Effectively, he's the representative for the flight operations
He's the
director of the
ass.
astronaut office.
Huh.
He is the person that's going to ride with the crew and the launch pad team all the way to the launch pad. He'll be there at the White Room and be able to observe and make sure that everything is going well.
I got cold
And
brew. I'm
also,
good, man.
you know, whatever the crew needs, he's there to ensure that they get that last little support up until the hatch closes.
Did you call upon the ASP for any reason in any of your flights?
You know, yeah, I'm trying to think
through the archives.
Yeah, no, you know, it was just
It's too
comforting
early.
to know, you know, and so it's like, hey, can you let my wife know, you know, pass a little message.
It's too early.
You know, there's some
for this.
you know, emotional, psychological support aspects of this more than just the logistical aspects. And it was nice to know there was somebody always there watching your back.
Comforting.
Yep.
It really must be. He's a fellow astronaut. He's in your office. You see him regularly, so, and especially on the training for the mission, you see him throughout.
Yeah, and you know, for the last 2 weeks, he's been in quarantine with the crew. So you've got very close contact with him, and
So Daryl Nail is the PAO that's commentating the Crew-11 coverage, and he's with an astronaut, and I don't know which one it is. Give me a second to drink more coffee, and I'll be able to tell you who's doing the color commentary on NASA's cast.
Spending their last minutes with many of the...
So the crew flying today is Zena Cardman, who's right there in the foreground. Pilot Mike Fink over there. Kamiya Yui from JAXA, from the Japanese space program, and Oleg Platonov from Roscosmos. They're moving out now. Last thing. So they're gonna play cards with Joe Akaba, who is the chief of the astronaut office. That's that guy right there. The idea is to get all the bad luck out. So you play until you win. You get all the bad luck out.
not superstitious. So this is one of those traditions. The chief of the office, you can see there, Joe Akaba, is dealing out a game. The game changes, you know, every mission. It's really up to the chief of the office to figure out what that game's going to be.
EJ.
But the goal is the same. You go until the commander wins, and they've shaken off all of the bad luck, if you will.
All the SpaceX missions have been
Sometimes
doing it,
quick.
Stumpy.
Sometimes you need a few hands to make sure everything works out.
What game did you play?
We just went straight high card.
High card, yeah, I see that a lot.
High card. It was simple, and it took one hand, and we were ready to go.
Did you deal the
And
Joker?
I believe
He dealt the
that the set
Joker
of cards that they're using
to the
is the
pilot,
deck of cards
dude.
that was designed.
Okay, no, those are just weird
Has
face
the
cards.
drawings of
There. I was like that.
She's-
Dude, you didn't shuffle out
She's
the
a lot of
Jokers.
things.
What are you
She's also an
doing?
artist.
What are you doing?
And so she
Those
she
face
has a
cards are just
tendency
weird.
to
It
do
looked
a special deck of cards for crews that she's associated with, and looks like they're down to the final two.
She keeps winning. Finally, I think she.
No.
She's still. Mike Fink and the commander still holding in.
We may have to shuffle the deck.
Oh no!
This may be a first, Nick.
Bro, stop dealing yourself a high card, dang
It's
it!
the way you always want it. You play.
Hey!
There
All
we go.
right. Oh my goodness.
Now we got it. It's time to
Oh
go.
my goodness.
Chief
That was a lot of bad
Joe
luck to
Cobb
get out of your
winning that
system.
hand. It took him only about 20 hands. But that's what you want to see. Like you said, this is the point. You want the commander.
So anybody over there that's wearing dress blues are astronauts, with the exception of Pad Ninja number 30, who's the astronaut support guy. I'm gonna call him the ASG. They call him the ASP. I don't need to keep saying that like that on there. So that's Eric Bowe over there, part of the commercial crew program. I can't really see who that is over there, but this is all the NASA or SpaceX and NASA closeout crews. That's what the pad ninjas are.
So their last
That's
slides, you
what
see all the,
that's what they're called. They're called closeout crews because they're the last people to put the astronauts in the spacecraft and then leave.
that have supported you through training and your weeks of training.
Yeah, Nova, you are.
Speaking of training, let's get back.
Colony
to that,
abort for the day because the
that
commander couldn't
training,
win the card
video
game.
that we were going to show just
you know
a
what,
bit
man?
earlier.
Like, you know, there's so much that goes into this, right? There's so much that goes into this, so much effort being put in to do this kind of stuff. Like, it's a lot of physics, a lot of physics, a lot of engineering, a lot of math, a lot of making sure you're on your game, etc., right? But I firmly believe that bad juju exists. As a Red Sox fan, I believe that bad juju absolutely exists. You have to get you have to get it out of your system. Just get it out of. No, I'm totally on board with the card game. You play until you win. You know, like the astronaut support super person. The ASP. But what about as a Bruins fan? As a Bruins fan, there's no bad juju. There's just can't have bad juju if it's just all bad juju. Then because there's no good juju. You know what I mean? They're almost late for a shuttle mission because they couldn't win a card yet. Dude, if I was flying on the shuttle, Brandon, I would play until I win. I don't care if it takes an hour. I'm playing until I win, man. I'm an Orioles fan. Your life sucks. Long balls. You believe so? You're in the same boat. You're in the same boat. Yeah, no, yeah. You know what I mean. What's that? What's that? That's the 39A gantry. Okay, cool. That was from the Saturn V Center. Man, look at all the construction. Look at all the dirt piles over at 39A, dude. All right, so this is a live shot outside the Neil A. Armstrong Astronaut or Operations and Checkout Building. This is called O&C. It's at the Kennedy Space Center Industrial Site. It's about 4 or 5 miles or about 8 kilometers away from the pad. It's a good ways away. This is where all the astronauts for NASA missions have suited up since Apollo 7. Yep. Actually, Apollo 8, if you really want to be technical. 7, they did suit up here, if I'm remembering right, and then they went to Complex 34. 8, they suited up here and went to 39. And every single crewed launch from the United States has, since Apollo 8 in 1968, has walked out of that door. All 135 shuttle missions, every single Apollo mission from 8 up. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. They all came out of there. Apollo-Soyuz Test Project, Skylab 2, 3, and 4, all of them came out of the O&C building. That is the exact door where Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins walked out to go to the moon. Right there. Which is pretty dang cool. The Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building also is where every single Apollo Command Service Module was assembled and put together. Every single LEM, Lunar Excursion Module, was integrated into its staging adapter. And Orions are currently being built there. Yep. Down the street, that way, is the Space Station Processing Facility, the SSPF. The SSPF is where Cygnus is. Cygnuses are integrated if there's Cygnus operations at the Cape. Cygnus is put together there, it's the 4-layer Cygnus, so we call it Bigness. No one calls it that, but I am, right? And the SSPF is also where Artemis main propulsion sections are put together. The MPS for SLS. They're put together there as well. I want to say Gemini did theirs at LC-16. The Gemini missions, they suited up at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Or would be CCAFS at the time. They suited up in one of the hangars, NG, if I'm remembering correctly. Neil Armstrong suited up in a building named after him. Pretentious. I think it was just called O&C, Operations and Checkout, Midge, before that. There's a shot of 39A. Falcon 9 is poised on the pad, ready to go. Now, a couple of different things in the flight. Okay, so some nerd stuff's coming at you for the real Falcon 9 nerds. They changed a couple of things in the countdown procedure. Because it's been so hot in Florida lately, what they did this time is to get better thermal efficiency during commodity loading. They have fueled up all the cryogenic helium tanks inside of Falcon 9. They did that in the middle of the night. Basically, the rocket is in a ready to be fueled state right now. It's a little bit different than what normally happens. Usually cryogenic helium is loaded like about 2 hours before they fly, give or take. I mean, it's too early. I'm forgetting the checklist. That's section 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. Usually they would load it like right now or maybe in a little bit. But they would load it when the astronauts are on there. So it would be about 1 hour out right before they fuel it. But the sun is affecting helium. You got to be careful when you're loading cryogenic helium. So first of all, inside of Falcon 9, there are additional tanks inside of each tank there. There's Chris Ferguson.
Mission.
Yeah, it's a treat. You could, in the lead up to launch, in the months of training.
Oh no,
you
that's not Chris Ferguson, is that?
You're so scheduled. You don't have the opportunity to.
Oh, that's Nick Hague. I'm sorry, it looked like Ferg for a second there. That was weird.
Everybody from the top floor down to the guys here in the mail.
Oh, he's talking to Nick. That's cool. All right, that makes more sense now. Is helium in a cryo state hard to handle? Yes, that's what I was saying. It's very difficult. Helium is a pain in the butt, just like hydrogen. Because on the periodic table, even though hydrogen is over here and helium is over here, they are actually kind of cousins. They're like first cousins in terms of elements. They're very close to each other. Because they're very close in mass and kind of number of I'm blanking. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Because they're very close, helium is very similar. They have this. Rewind. Because they're very close cousins. They kind of handle about the same. They have the same kind of phase changes. So helium exists as a gas from basically from absolute zero all the way up to like critical mass, right? It's very good at conducting heat. Because it doesn't change. It doesn't change from gas to something else, right? Only at the very close to absolute zero does helium exist as a liquid. And then I don't think we're smart enough to get helium to solidify. I'm sure we could do it. We could do it, but not in the application of rockets. That's what I'm trying to say. I need more cold brew. Why did they have to static fire it before? They static fire it because it's a crewed launch and you want to make sure you're on your game. Crew launches always carry more risk, dude. They always do, ship. You don't want to screw around with stuff like that. Is that AI slop? That's AI slop. Dang it, NASA.
Way that the astronauts will walk down.
That's your problem. You're drinking cold brew. They didn't have what I normally wanted. I wanted to get some espresso, but the damn espresso machine was broken. And I'm like, that's why I was late. I went to Dunkin' on time, and I sat there waiting, and, they were like, oh, sorry, espresso machine is broken. The person at the counter was Russian. And that was weird. I was like, huh? Right? And she was like, sorry, espresso machine is not work. I'm like, all right, give me a cold brew and some donuts. I'll trade you. And she was like, okay, I can do. And then when I got all my stuff, I said, spasiba. And she got very confused. She was like, how the hell do you know that? What the how do you know that? I'm like, see you later, bye. Didn't elaborate, walked out the door. Did you tell them you were dominating Russia's Poland in Hearts of Iron? You know what? I didn't say that, Rare. Sorry. Didn't have the wherewithal.
they see your colleagues do. You've been listening to astronaut.
Is it bad you stayed up all night? A little bit, Chip, yeah.
With the U.S. Space Force. He is
So
here to
anybody that's wearing dress blues that has the red, white, and blue stripe going across like here and on the back, that's a cosmonaut. They're supporting Oleg Platonov's flight, which is pretty cool. What do we got there? I think that's Jessica Watkins over there. I see the man is teaching his son well. His son, if you look behind that woman right there, he's doing, the little one is doing a Slav squat. Teach them early. That's cool. Is Matoro there? He should be, yeah. See, kid is doing Slav squat. Very nice. Very nice.
And say the things that.
Is that a Model X? Yes, those are Tesla Model X's that SpaceX uses as astronaut transport vehicles. Would you mind if I walk down corridor with hammer? No, it's fine. If you got the chance, what would you say to an astronaut if you could only see them once for about 30 seconds? I've gotten that chance many times, and it's usually block. It's usually, damn, you're cool. I said that to Pam Melroy. That was the first thing I said to her one time. Yeah, she was a shuttle astronaut. She was a shuttle pilot, put it that way. And I got to talk to her briefly at Intrepid one time for like 30 seconds, give or take. And I was like, oh, hey, it's great to meet you. I'm EJ, this is what I do. Man, you're cool. And she was like, oh, thank you. And I'm like, awesome. And then I walked away. It was weird. It was weird. It was weird. What is the license plate number on this launch? It looks like it just says launch, Chip.
And you might ask, what have the other crews chosen?
Oh.
Well, we have the answer for you. What is in a name? The license plates have been branded going all the way back to the Demo 2 mission, which used the ISS bound for theirs. Crew 1 chose later Earth. Crew 2, reuse, reduce, recycle. Crew 3, send it. 4, go for launch. 5, blast off with the number 5 in it. Crew 6, Crew Dragon. Crew 7, bye.
Bye.
I think I did that long enough. There's 7 letters, by the way, bye in there. So
okay,
make
now
note
I
of that. Jessica Meir, that was her mission. She pointed that out. Crew 8, yay space. Crew 9, I don't know who came up with this one, but ready for it?
Ready for it.
You were ready for it. That was your mission. Crew 10 was liftoff with a 10 in the middle. Live, laugh, launch.
Because there's 3 Teslas.
You were talking about the time that they're spending with their families, and they're about to do that now.
Oh, no.
And it ties in with what you were saying earlier.
Oh, no, no.
Is an important endeavor, exploration, so key to the fabric of this country. But it's risky.
It is. It is. You know, it's but it's not risk for the sake of risk. You know, so astronauts are not adrenaline junkies.
I am.
We manage risk professionally.
I'm not an astronaut, though.
And we make decisions. It's not just the astronauts too. It's, you know, all the way down from at the top, from program managers, the administrator, all the way down. It's the
not that annoying TikTok song. Oh no, song. That's Aerosmith, man. That's not an annoying TikTok song. That's an Aerosmith song that people have slopped into brain rot. Slop. That's your adjective for the day.
The crew members are willing participants. The families, at least the spouse signed up.
I wish they would use something other than Tesla's. Conflict of interest is kind of middle name for all of Elon's companies, though, anyway. The Teslas are part of a contractual service that's provided by SpaceX. That is not a conflict of interest. I don't think that phrase means what you think it means, Sig. So, try again.
Take care of the crew and their families in a time like this.
you talk about that and just adding a little more detail there. Astronauts come down.
I think you need
from
to
your
re-educate
office
yourself
to
on
be
what
with
that
the
actually
families,
means in the
during
context
the
of
lead
the
up
situation.
To launch. And so,
Because I think you're mistaken.
having the presence of those astronauts who have been there and done it is I would imagine pretty important for family members.
What would I pick if you were able to choose the license plate number? BDR 529. Preferably Illinois plates. And preferably a 74 Dodge Monaco. Yep. You actually got that reference. Yep. Get that car's license plate number. We're going to launch that son of a gun. Yep. That's what I would choose. Good job, Aaron.
Finish the thought.
Yeah.
4 fried chickens and a Coke. And that's what I would have for my last meal.
That
astronauts walking out O&C now. Here we go.
Let's talk about that.
No, that's okay. There's Zena Cardman, Mike Fink, the commander and pilot, our 2 mission specialists, Kimia Yui, Oleg Platonov, and into the elevator they go. From the 3rd floor down to the 1st, the banner behind them, framing
on a mission
them up
from GAD
with all of their photos, and in goes their team. They'll get ordered into the
Let's roll.
elevator, and the doors will close, and down they will go.
So if this was
it's pretty
100-yard
pretty hardcore patch.
They just left the blocks. That's what it feels.
So they're going to come down the elevator and then out the corridor here.
Moment, when you start walking down the hallway, now the train's starting to move.
So you really know, like, you're leaving the room, you're leaving where you lived, you're taking that journey out to the pad.
Bags are packed, ready to go.
Bags are packed. He's ready to go. Put him on an airplane. Send him home. Send him. All right, time to go. Home there, astronaut.
Now, since the resumption of the crew flights from American soil, each crew member, there's Zena Cardman, our commander, signing the patch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mike Fink as
Mikey.
well. You signed this patch, Nick, for Crew 9.
Yeah, just above there,
Yui.
so you can see the Crew 9 patch. Oh, he's going.
Dude, Oleg's signature there is straight fire. Hold up 1 second. Did you guys see that? I like that. I like that. With the freaking arrow. Yeah, no, that's pretty good.
He's going.
That's pretty. That's pretty good.
Oleg's got a great sense of humor.
That's pretty good, man.
That's what Mike Fink said about Oleg. He says he's even funnier than he is, which I guess Mike thinks quite highly of his own sense of humor. I know I've laughed when I've been around him.
Okay, I'm just speeding this up to get there. Firebird, 54-month resub. Do Roscosmos have their own patches? No, I think they share the patches for the mission. Can you imagine walking into the rocket knowing you're not feeling the Earth for 6 months? I couldn't. I wouldn't be thinking about that, dude. You think about that later when you're up at the space station going, oh, crap. Oh, crap.
On their journey
I'm stuck
out
here.
to the launch pad, as it should be here.
I mean, honestly, Dick, I'd probably be too busy looking out the window to think about that. I'd be like...
As they drive out to their destination, which you see there.
It'd be like, EJ, you got to come do work. I'd be like...
At least 15 minutes behind schedule. We still have margin to our T-minus 2 hours, 38-minute green light time.
Cool.
And there you hear an update.
What's the other side of the facility? Operations and checkout for the Orion capsule.
Informing us that they're behind schedule out the pad, but they've got margin.
Yeah, margin's important. You know, you see the clock there, 3 hours and 20 minutes, counting down to the seconds. The way you've got to launch into space, you've got to make sure that the orbit of the station is overhead when you launch, and so it has to be timed down.
Here we go.
To the second.
And here they are, Crew-11, walking outside for the final time
Let's go,
before
baby.
launch, and into a mission years in the making.
What?
Horon countdown. Crew walkout is underway on schedule.
Of course,
Commander
Rarest.
Zena Cardman, pilot Michael Fink, JAXA astronaut Kamiya Yui, and Roscosmos's Oleg Platonov.
So the press corps should be down there. If Sawyer and Matt are there, they're probably down at the end. History in the making. Yeah, I don't really understand what that means, Zizep. That was a very weird way of saying that.
I see some Crew-11 shirts down there.
Can you click the closed caption subtitles to enable unless it is enabled?
And that's Zena Cardman.
I'll do that, Def, as long as if this doesn't screw up. But I got you.
Certainly sending her love to her family who have supported her.
Ain't it the last use of this pad? The landing zone, SIG, not the
Yeah, you
pad.
don't get
39A is not going anywhere.
None of these individuals have gotten there on their own. It takes the support and love of family
Give me 1 second,
and
guys. I'm talking
friends
to
and
Def.
colleagues, and it's a team sport.
You see Mike Fink on the right there, the pilot. He is flying.
Discovery,
He is
go
flying
and throttle up.
along in his kit a Gamasa, which he is
Hey,
tells
Hypersonic,
us his
82-month
wife is
resub.
Indian.
They're going to the ISS, laddies. Yep.
The Gamasa is used in the state of Assam to.
That's Haley Esparza right
It's
there.
kind of a scarf.
She's
So
part of the
he's taking
crew,
that with him. He's taken the scarf
SpaceX closeout
from
crew.
his side of the family,
Number
that side of
34.
the family, for all 4 of his flights. A token, certainly, of their blessing on this
Okay, Def.
flight today, but also has sentimental purposes.
Yeah, little bits and pieces.
Great
of
that we have
fun that we can take
NSF and
along
excellent
with us.
space
And, you know, I
YouTubers
mentioned
instead of
that,
listening to NASA
we're big
commentators.
into tradition.
So, Finn, I'm not going to say that NASA's commentary is like the best around, but I will tell you this. When you are working on a production broadcast, right, when you're doing stuff like that, it is very, 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 very difficult to provide good commentary. When you're in a full production like what Daryl is doing right now, you have a producer that's constantly in your ear telling you what to do, telling you about the next segment, and you have to balance your internal monologue, right, with the producer yelling in your ear. Well, not yelling, saying like, okay, we're going to go to the next scene in 5 seconds. And then in your other ear, you have the countdown. You have the countdown net. So you're listening to the countdown net. You're listening to the producer. You got to provide good commentary. You have an astronaut as the color commentator, and you have to balance all that. The show host is controlling all of that. That's, dude, it's a hard skill to get. That is really, really hard. That requires a lot of practice. It is very difficult to provide good commentary when you're working with the producer and controlling the pace of the show at the same time. That's, to be fair, to be absolutely fair, that's very difficult. So, hey, Sean Duffy's there. Okay. All right. I don't have a problem with that. That's cool. Yeah, so, I mean, dude, like, personally, me, I got enough voices up here. I don't need another voice in my head, or I'll listen to the countdown loop, but hey, that's what I said. It's tough, to be fair. So the reason why Daryl just said, oh yeah, a new flight for the ages or something, is because he was focusing on something else. Like, don't get me wrong, that's still pretty poo-poo commentary, but I will say that I've been in that situation before, and I've said really stupid things. Sometimes commentary gets put into autopilot, and you, like, in your head, and you say some really dumb, like, totally generic stuff. And when I do commentary, when I am in that environment, I try not to do that. I try to provide insightful commentary. it is hard to do. It's not like now, like the only voices in my head are the ones that are usually up there. So it's a lot easier to talk to you in this environment. When you see stuff like when I'm on Flame Trench and stuff, it's a little bit more difficult because, you know, Kevin or Jay or Carson is talking to us and saying, okay, you know, bring this, I'm bringing this picture up. I have this picture teed up, et cetera, et cetera. So like sometimes when we're on Flame Trench, you'll see me typing or you see me looking over here or looking over here, and I'm trying to manage the cast at the same time. And that does get difficult. So yeah, I'm not excusing the crappy commentary, but it does happen.
Get on with it.
And indeed, they are off. Crew-11 on the road to Launch Pad 39A. The Teslas are rolling out from the Neil Armstrong building.
Yo, Mustang!
By security for the 20-minute drive.
Lyoseals are removed and installation is complete. This is about 10 minutes behind schedule. Again, we have plenty of margin to our green light time. Team is making up time.
Well, that's a good call.
Okay, not bad. So the 3 Teslas are moving out with the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station SWAT team behind them. Why do they need an MRAP in the group? Because, man, Burt Gummer said, the great Burt Gummer once said, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Understand? Hello, fellow voice. Yep. There's the NASA helicopter. I wish it was a Huey, but they decided Hueys were too expensive to operate. And they bought that poopy-doopy Airbus. You didn't see the last Tremors? Tremors 1 is the only Tremors movie that exists, John. And you could say, well, no, they made a... No. No, they didn't. Okay?
In their own words. So let's hear from the commander of Crew-11, Zena Cardman, as she shares her path from field science to spaceflight.
I think in a lot of ways, science and exploration is just innate to us as human beings. That's why toddlers ask so many why questions. It's just part of who we are. In many ways, I think
no, they're not using FSD, I don't think.
Generates solutions to problems that we didn't even know we had. My name is Zena Cardman, and I am the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station.
So you guys can...
I was born in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, but grew up in Williamsburg, Virginia. I grew up almost like an only child. I have 2 older brothers, but the younger of the 2 actually went off to college when I was 5 years old. And so I learned to play in my backyard a lot, play with friends, use my imagination, and explore the natural world around me. I studied biology as an undergraduate student. This is largely because I had a really excellent high school biology teacher who inspired me to pursue research on my own, even as a high school student. But while I was at college, I also got to know microbiology. I got to know geosciences and chemistry. I wound up doing a lot of research in an oceanography marine sciences department and studying in remote locations like Antarctica. I also, while I was an undergraduate, became a creative writing minor, and I've always really valued that chance to study the creative side of my brain and explore our natural world through that side as well. I love being an astronaut right now because there are many pathways to get to the International Space Station. We spend long duration periods, so many months long, living and working on board that space station, and it's really focused on research. A lot of that research is on our home planet, and a lot of that research is on us as human subjects. I'm very excited to be actually a test subject for a lot of the medical research that we're doing on board the ISS. I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CIPHER, and this, I think, is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. My role as commander is to bring out the best in my crewmates from the moment we start training till the moment we get back to Earth and then some. And so I'm always thinking about that larger mission overview and how my crewmates are doing and what we can do for each other. Spaceflight, by definition, requires collaboration and requires more than one person, and the chance to be part of something much larger than myself has been humbling and inspiring and deeply fulfilling. Even since I was a child, looking up at the stars, looking up at the cosmos is inspiring. It helps me answer questions like, what are we doing here? Who are we? Where are we?
Raise your hand if you do that every time you go
challenge
outside.
Ourselves. I think that's true for myself.
I
It's
always
true
look
for
at the
teams,
stars.
and it's true for us as a society.
Every
and
time
as a
I go
species.
outside at night.
We have to take some risks. We have to challenge ourselves in order to push ourselves. And I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
Atta girl, let's go. Yeah, I don't know about you guys. Every night when I leave my office, you know, it's usually dark, usually late at night. Every time I open the door, I always look up. That's like the first thing I do. I'm like, oh, yep. Alarm's going off. Stars are still there. All right, cool, sweet. All right. I just want to also point out, I don't want to interrupt Mike too much here, but I want to point out that, you know, listening to all the astronauts, like biographies and what they talk about and stuff, if it makes you feel insignificant about what you're doing, don't worry, that's completely normal.
Space Station. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the mighty Steelers, and it was a great time to grow up. Lots of great educational opportunities. A time that was tough economically, but a place where we knew that dreams could come true. When I was like 2 and 3 years old, my parents would wake me up from whatever nap I was taking to watch moon landings. We did many moon landings back in the late 60s and early 70s, and that made a big impression on me. So I knew that back then, even when I was like 3, that I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to go walk on the moon. I wanted to go explore space. So I learned to read so I could read more about space, and the more I read, the more excited I became. When I was in high school, I didn't know what engineering was. I knew what math and science were, physics. I was kind of good at that. Math. I took a leap of faith and went to an engineering program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Thankfully paid for by an Air Force ROTC scholarship, and then hustling with side gigs on the weekends. And I got to study airplanes and rockets, 2 of my favorite things. So I was able to graduate from MIT with 2 degrees, and then the summer after graduation, I had a really wonderful opportunity to study in Soviet Union. Fortunately, I'd studied Russian language, so I knew enough Russian to go with some colleagues, and we spent the summer at Moscow Aviation Institute studying cosmonautics, and then I spent the next year at Stanford University getting a master's in aeronautics and astronautics. I love the space station. I helped build it. I helped the first modules get ready here on planet Earth.
Yeah, baby.
I've had the joy of living aboard the space station for 2 long-duration missions so far. We've learned from the International Space Station that space is a great place to really understand more about the universe. When we are aboard the International Space Station, we're still gravitationally connected to planet Earth, but we're free-falling, so like we're in microgravity. So you take that big G out of the equation, and then you can find out what's really going on physically. We're also outside the atmosphere, so we can look to the universe beyond us without atmospheric interference. When I'm on a spacewalk, I can look out to the whole universe, and I can see how small our planet is, and how big and wonderful the rest of the universe is, and it's calling to us. We need to explore and go see the whole universe that's out there. Space exploration is something that really speaks to me as a person, right? We all kind of have our passions, and for me, since I was like 2 or 3 years old, I wanted to go to space, explore space, and I've had a chance to do that. Half my life I've been an astronaut. I've really, really enjoyed exploring space.
Pilot Mike Fink and his team, as you just saw them pass the vehicle assembly building where Artemis 2, a moon rocket, is being stacked. Let's hear now from JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui on returning to the station, representing Japan, and what this mission means to him.
I think humankind has a desire to explore and also expand our area of activities. Space is a great place to explore because Earth is so small. We still have unknown places, but Earth is, generally speaking, so small compared with space. My name is Kimiya Yui. I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station.
Yui-sama.
I was born in very, very small village in Nagano Prefecture. So up there, I was able to see very, very beautiful stars in night skies. When I was a little boy, I did stargazing, and I loved stars. I really want to know everything on our universe, and I want to go everywhere as long as I live. When I was already like 10 years old, I already wanted to become an astronaut or astronaut. I graduated from the National Defense Academy, and after that I entered Japanese Air Force, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, then become a fighter pilot, then a test pilot, and then became an astronaut.
Yeah, as one does.
We do science in space because we have constant microgravity in the ISS. We cannot achieve that condition on the Earth. Space station actually contributing our knowledge, and also we can produce new materials or medicines in order to make our future brighter. Going to Moon or Mars is very difficult, so we need to test our materials, and ISS is a great test bed. So Crew-11, we are going to have a lot of experiments on ISS, and JAXA especially, we are going to have a new cargo vehicle, HTV-X. The vehicle itself is a little bit lighter, but we can carry more stuff to the ISS. 10 years ago, I went to space for the first time. It's changed a lot. And for astronauts, it became much more convenient to live. For example, we didn't have a good place for cooking. Now we have gallery. I was able to see a lot of stars and also beautiful Earth or moons. This mission inspired me, and I really want to pass that actually inspiration to other people on the ground. ISS is one of the best examples to have a dream and work together and make the dream come true. So if you see ISS in the night sky, please think about your dream, about how to make your dream come true.
Never give up! Never give up! So what Kimi Yui didn't mention is that he was an F-15 test pilot. Yeah, he didn't mention that part. He just said he was a test pilot, and I went and looked it up. Yeah, F-15 Eagles. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Yui. I was unfamiliar with your game.
Есть необходимость осваивать Солнечную систему, осваивать просторы за пределами Солнечной системы. А для того, чтобы это сделать в будущем, мы должны закладывать эту базу. My name is Oleg Platonov, and I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в большом индустриальном городе в России, в городе Челябинске. Это моя родина. Я занимался в патриотических кружках, связанных с авиацией и космонавтикой, поэтому уже в мое детство я задумывался о космосе. У меня много целей в этом полете. Прежде всего, я хочу полететь на мощной огромной ракете в космос, долететь до Международной космической станции, сесть возле большого иллюминатора на станции, посмотреть на нашу красавицу Землю, и это будет вдохновлять меня работать все лучше и лучше. Мы можем получать новые данные о нашей Земле, о Солнечной системе, о космических лучах, о нашей Вселенной, о жизни микроорганизмов в космосе, о здоровье человека, о получении новых лекарств, о путях улучшения конструктивных материалов и так внутренняя потребность человека исследовать все, что находится вокруг него. Хочется узнать все новое, новое и новое, расширяя горизонты своего знания, что границы открыты, что мы можем летать в космос, что мы можем лететь дальше, все дальше и дальше, за пределы нашей Земли, за пределы Солнечной системы. И это будет вдохновлять уже не только нас, но и не предыдущие, а следующие поколения.
Cool.
And those are all 4 members of Crew-11. If you're just joining us, we are currently T-minus 3 hours and 1 minute until liftoff of those 4 individuals who make up Crew-11. Liftoff to the International Space Station. And this is their ride, a Falcon 9 rocket with a spacecraft called Endeavour sitting at the very top. That crew walkway that you see connecting the launch tower and the rocket Astronauts will soon be walking across that walkway and into their spacecraft to get strapped in to go to space. Right now, they just arrived at the base of the pad, and here is a beautiful view of Launch Pad 39A, which sits just 500, 600 feet away from the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, the beach there, which, as you can see from the calm state of the ocean, we have very light winds, we have sunshine, we have a beautiful day for launch. 90% go is what our launch weather officer is reporting out for weather conditions at the time of liftoff. That time, 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. As we gaze up at the sky, seeing just some very thin cirrus clouds up ahead, those not a problem at all when we get ready to launch. We're green across the board right now, running just a little bit behind on the procedures out at the pad. At last check, about 10 minutes. But SpaceX crews are working diligently to catch that time up. And this mission operation timeline, it should be noted, has plenty of margin in it. What you're about to see now is the astronauts walking up to their rocket to get a look at the 1.8 million pounds of thrust that can be generated by this machine as it takes them up into space. That moment coming up in just a few minutes, Nick.
What they're not going to tell you is that the first thing that the astronauts and cosmonauts do when they get to the pad is take a dump. Yeah, they're not going to mention that part. I am, though. Seriously, you're going to be in the capsule for a long time here, like probably the next, I don't know, about 4 hours and change. You're not going to have a chance to use the restroom unless you want to pick up a very, very gross mess when you're in 0G. You know, so the first thing they do is go to the bathroom when they get to the pad. True story. There's some porta potties behind the tower over here. Yeah, I'm serious. That is the first thing that you do. Go now. It's like when you're on a road trip. Go now because we're not stopping. The only thing we're stopping for is gas. You know, now they don't need to do that. The gas is already all there. See those white tanks over there that are like that way? Yeah, the gas is already there. They got to put it in the rocket though, but you know what I'm saying. This is a shot inside of the crew access tower there. Actually, I think those tanks are for Starship. I'm pretty sure those tanks are for Starship because if you look out the right side of the crew access arm over there, you could see Starship's tower. This is looking east here off the pad. Now, for what it's worth, this is the other question I get asked, and this is probably the question I get asked the most. I've covered every single crew mission here. This is the question I get asked the most. Are they wearing diapers? I'm not even kidding. That's what I get asked. That's the question that gets asked the most amount of time. Yes, they are. They have a maximum absorbency garment on. It's there just in case. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That could be very messy if you don't have it. With that being said, I'm pretty sure the astronauts are trying as hard as humanly possible to not utilize that device. Which is why the first thing that they do when they get to the pad is take a dump. Now, with all that being said, Dragon does have a toilet on board. There's a toilet that deploys from the ceiling. Because when you're in space, it's not the ceiling. It's not that there's no up and down. It's just at the front of the capsule. It's up here. It's actually above the ingress hatch, if you really, really want to know. And it has like a privacy curtain, etc., etc. The toilet will be ready when they're on orbit. So for the next, let's say, it takes about 8 minutes to get up into space. A little bit of time, like say maybe 20 minutes after that to kind of get everything situated, get everything working. So for the next about 4 hours, you have the diaper, and that's it. It's manageable. It's manageable. That's easily doable. But you ideally do not want to. Yeah, see, they didn't show it. They didn't show it. But see that trailer over there? Porta potty. See how all the Teslas went right to they went right over there to the closeout. Well, waste closeout area.
It's a tall rocket, so it's hard to actually look up that. So you've got to lean back to be able to really see it.
You know what? It looks like Mike Fink, who's on the right-hand side, has a little more lean. What's interesting about him is he's wearing an upgraded suit called an R2. The Xena, let's go, just circling her arms. Let's just go.
Yeah.
But he's
Pilot
wearing an
Commander
upgraded
go in
suit
first.
that SpaceX says has more mobility and more flexibility in it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he just demonstrated that.
Well,
I
he
guess.
sure did, didn't
Oh,
he?
no, Xena wasn't going to be outdone. No, it's awesome to see them, the excitement, the emotions that you feel as you're getting ready to do something like launch into space. Astronauts are humans. They feel all those same emotions, and so it's fun to see some of the excitement come out. And
that actually is a good reminder, Lowe's. Fun fact, the elevator, right, that goes up here, to get to this floor on the elevator, if you push the button, it says, the levels are actually in feet above the pad deck. Okay, so this isn't like the first floor. That's like 15 feet, and then 25, 35, 40, level 185, right? It doesn't say 185. It says space. So you press the 2 space button, and it takes you to that floor. That has the crew access arm in it.
It's constructed differently. It has a circumventual zipper as opposed to a vertical zipper. So
did they reuse the shuttle tower? That is the shuttle fixed service structure. Yes, Falcon 9 does use it. There is an intermediate floor that they added, though, because the floors of the shuttle fixed service structure didn't really line up with where the crew access arm needed to be. So if you notice, the ceiling is kind of low here. This floor was added when SpaceX got the pad. This one that they're walking on right now. There's an intermediate floor in between, I think it's 185 and 215. I could be pulling that out of my tailpipe. But other things to look for are the arrows. These arrows aren't pointing you to the pad. They're actually pointing you away from the pad. This is part of the crew egress system in case of a problem on the pad. If the astronauts need to get up and get out of that capsule quickly, right? These arrows are basically pointing you right over there. See where that there was the sign that was red, right? It was a warning sign. It basically is taking you to the slide wire baskets. If you look, you can see the slide wires over there. Basically, it's a zip line that you can take to get away from the pad really, really quickly. Those arrows are there pointing you to it. Now, it's not that they haven't forgotten where the damn slide wire baskets are. They're right over there. But if you have to get off the pad quick, there most likely is going to be some kind of smoke or some kind of fire or something. So they have those arrows on the ground, so you can stay close to the ground, look at the arrows, and figure out where the slide wire baskets are, even if it's smoky or if there's, fire or whatever, and you can't kind of see. That's why they're there. With space flight, guys, it feeds into something that just kind of goes into with the mentality of this. Like, I've been covering crewed launches for a long time. Even Soyuz launches. I didn't get the opportunity or the privilege to cover a shuttle launch with you guys because I started streaming a little bit after the shuttle program went out. But it's not about putting yourself into a scenario where you're going to get, proverbially caught with your pants down, right? You really want to be preemptive about everything. And that's hard to do. How can you predict the future, right? That's hard to do. But, having arrows on the ground, that's just well thought out, just in case. Because if you got to think, like, if you have to get off the pad quickly, it's most likely because the pad is on fire, right? And if there's going to be fire, there's going to be smoke, right? So you want to get off the pad fast, and you might not be able to see where you're going, right? So it's all well thought out like that. It's really, you have to be very preemptive about this kind of stuff because you don't want to take chances. Now, Xena and Mike have ingressed into the crew access arm here. That is a clean room environment. You can see that they signed the wall right there. Pretty cool. Kamui and Oleg there are, all right. They're taking a look. They're doing the lean because the rocket is right over there. They're looking up at the rocket as they ingress into the elevator to get up to the 2-space floor. What was he putting in the pocket? I don't know. Who are those ninjas? That is called the pad closeout crew, Max. The pad closeout crew are basically the last people that the astronauts and cosmonaut kind of deal with before they leave, right? So now I know what the next question is. Why do they look like ninjas? Well, okay, so the crew access arm is a clean room environment. Spaceflight goes a lot better. Remember what I was just talking about, being preemptive. Spaceflight goes a lot better if you are in as surgically sterile environment as possible. Okay, so this clean room has positive pressure and it's a sterile environment, like an operating room almost. It goes a lot better when you don't have the opportunity of like a bug flying into your spaceship or something, right? Remember, it's in Florida, right? It's hot, it's humid. You know, gators crawl into the flame trenches on these pads all the time because it's a covered shady place with water, right? And they have to go call Florida man to get them out. True story. So I mean, not that a gator's going to get inside of the thing. I'm pretty sure an alligator doesn't know how to use an elevator, right? But it is a sterile environment because you want to minimize what's called FOD, foreign object debris. Basically anything, you don't want anything in there that's not supposed to be in there. Now, why? Why is that? Well, it maximizes your odds of success, right? You know, the spacecraft has CO2 scrubbers and filters and all this other stuff. And if you don't, like hooking it up to a clean room environment, if you notice there's a door going into the crew access arm, right? Hooking it up to the clean room environment like that makes it so you're not likely to jam up the spacecraft's filtration system with dust and dirt, leaves, you know, pollen, whatever. Would it be nice to get to the point where you don't have to do that? Yeah. But also we're really at a point with spaceflight, especially with commercial stuff, where you still don't want to take that chance. So in the past, NASA has used what's called a white room. You know, SpaceX has the whole crew access arm as their white room, but basically every capsule is connected to a sealed environment, at least initially, right? They'll break the seal when the astronauts are in and they'll move the crew access arm away. There's Oleg and Kamui coming down the crew access arm. But you want to minimize debris going into the capsule because the spacecraft filtration systems are not really designed to, it's not your air conditioner that you have in your house, right? If you do have that. It's not that. It's the spacecraft, remember, everything that goes onto a spacecraft needs to be as low mass as possible. So the filtration systems aren't very heavy duty because everything is basically constricted by mass, right? So the filtration systems and the HVAC systems on Dragon they're good enough to keep the capsule nice and clean up there. It's not really designed to work down here, if you really want to know. Why would you design a space capsule to work down here? That doesn't make any sense. It's a space capsule, right? Like, the one exception to that would be the space shuttle. The space shuttle can work down here, but even then, I would say that space shuttle works down here pretty poorly. It doesn't fly very well, and it doesn't do the whole plane thing very well. It did it just good enough to work, but it's mostly a spacecraft, right? They call it space plane because it's a spaceship first and a plane second. Dragon is just a capsule, so it's just a spaceship. It's not really designed to work down here too well. So connecting these things into a clean room environment is super, super important to make sure that the onboard systems on Dragon work correctly when you get up into space. You don't want bugs getting in there. You don't want ants crawling around or something, because if an ant crawls on the wrong wire and shorts it out, an electrical short in space is death. That's not even a judgment call. Don't screw around with this stuff. And that's what I mean about being preemptive. Spaceflight is all about putting yourself into the right situation and being preemptive about this stuff and really thinking about this stuff. I mean, we see, SpaceX is up to 11 launches now, right? Well, 12 this is the 12th one, including DM2, right? SpaceX makes it look easy, but they make it look easy because they take this stuff very seriously, partially because NASA's up their tail about it, right? But also SpaceX wants to do a good job too. Tiny HVAC versus Florida is a losing battle. That's right, Zabsy. Yep. Yeah, FOD in a zero-G environment is dangerous because if it floats into your eye, it's a bad day. Bingo. So that's why the closeout crew is dressed like ninjas, because it's a surgically sterile environment. Because you don't you want to maximize your odds of success, and that starts with not breaking the filtration systems on Dragon when it's on the ground, right? Mosquitoes in your spacesuit would not be fun. Oh. Can you imagine a fly in a spaceship? You go to swat it. If you went to swat the fly, you would just do flips. You go to swat it. That would suck. That would be terrible. That would be awful. Annoying at the very least. So no farting in the room? The spacecraft filtration system, the HVAC systems on Dragon can take a fart or two. That's not a problem. If you have time, can you explain what happens with LZ-1 after Crew-11? LZ-1 will be retired after this first stage lands on it, dude. SpaceX will just be using LZ-2. It's a soft retirement for all of Complex 13. Complex 13 has SpaceX's landing pads, LZ-1 and LZ-2, but the lease is going up on those very soon. The reason why, Zizep, is because right now, I mean, they're tentative plans right now, but there are plans to build 2 Falcon 9 landing pads at 39A on the northern perimeter of the pad. So the Starship pad is not the only addition that's happening to 39A in the near future. SpaceX is going to pull the lease on LC-13 and got basically permission to build pads here, to build landing pads right at 39A. Why are ninjas in front of the spaceship? Hunter, I was just saying that's part of the pad closeout crew. They're just like ninjas because they don't want to contaminate the capsule. The capsules onboard to HVAC systems are not designed to work down here. They're designed to work up there in a mostly sterile environment, right? You don't want it. Also, you don't want like human hairs, dust, whatever, dirt on your shoes. You don't want none of that getting inside of the capsule. That's bad. That is maximizing your odds of failure. You don't want to do that. With spaceflight, you want to put yourself in a better situation, not a worse one. So they have a sterile environment, and everybody's dressed like a ninja because it's like a surgically sterile area. You do not want contamination. That's bad. Once again, with human spaceflight, it's about maximizing your odds of success. You have to think about this stuff. It's very, very important. So the crew is all ingressed into the capsule. That's a really nice way of saying they're inside Dragon. That's the cool space way of saying it. Crew is buckling them down. If you guys want to know what kind of seatbelts Dragon has, it's a 5-point harness from a race car. Seriously. Same type of thing that a race car would have. It's called a 5-point harness. There's 2 harnesses here. 1, 2. 2 right here. 3, 4, and 1 coming up straight. And SpaceX, because they're a commercial provider, use something that's off the shelf. Race car seatbelts are very heavy duty. Race cars often pull a lot more G's. Like a Formula 1 car will pull a lot more G's than this thing. It's only for a second, and they're mostly lateral G's instead of positive G's. But SpaceX is using 5-point harnesses from a race car, from like a GT3 car or something. Like if they'll show them here. They are straight up racing harnesses. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a Saybelt or something. I'm not sure. How will they handle FOD when on the surface excursions on the moon or Mars? Airlocks can help you with that, Big Pooh, a lot. But that's a good thing. That's a good thing to mention, man. You know, on the moon and stuff. Yeah, dust. Lunar regolith is okay. You guys ever use talcum powder or baby powder or Gold Bond or something? It gets freaking everywhere. That's what moon dust is like. And the thing about moon dust is that it's not like talcum powder. It is like basically breathing sandpaper. How do I know? Well, I talked to a guy that went there one time. Yeah, it's abrasive. It's not like talcum powder. It has the consistency of it, but it's basically sand. Inhaling sand is not good for your lungs. I mean, I don't think I needed to mention that, but also, yeah, Big Pooh, this is something that you're going to have to deal with. You have to think about FOD, right? Because on the moon is the same thing. But you don't have a launch pad in a dang white room on the moon when you go to land. Now, think about the Apollo LEM and how much more impressive it is that that thing actually did what it was supposed to do. There's a reason why mass margins were so slim on the Ascent module. The Ascent module is basically an aluminum balloon with a rocket engine strapped to the bottom of it. because the life support systems had to be a little bit more robust because you're dealing with lunar regolith, which is a pain in the butt. Space asbestos, pretty much, right? That's pretty much it. I hate moon dust. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. Do they static fire Dragon, the launch escape system? Trapo, no, not during a mission. The launch escape system is kind of a one and done thing. Now, don't get me wrong, a Dragon that has performed, God forbid, if a Dragon has performed a launch escape,
Discovery, go at throttle
I'm
up.
pretty sure that, you know, you could reuse the Super Dracos, but the Super Dracos are not static fired during a mission. See? Look. 5-point harness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's from a race car. That is absolutely from the automotive industry, which is super cool. Now, what are the astronauts carrying? What is that on the hip? That's an iPad that has your checklists on it, just in case the checklists on Dragon's consoles don't work. You have another one on your iPad there. And I think below that are first aid kits, I think. I forget. Now, if you looked there for a second, one of the pad closeout crew installed put a wristband on Mike Fink. That's a mirror. So you can hold your hand up and you can see behind you. Because you got to remember, they're in a helmet and your head moves independently of the helmet. So the helmet's going to stay like this, right? So if you try to look behind you, the helmet's going to face forward, right? So if you need to look behind you, you hold the mirror up and look behind you. See it? You can see the mirror right there. I do believe that Xena has one as well. They all do. Now, one of the last things the pad closeout crew is going to do is going to give the astronauts their patch. That's good luck. That's a tradition that you see often. The last people to be in the capsule are going to take their name patches off, and they're going to give it to the crew, and the crew is going to put it on the dashboard. And that basically reminds the astronauts that it's not the 4 of them that got them there. It's all the people that are involved in the background being preemptive about spaceflight. It's a time-honored tradition here. Now, just in case anybody was wondering, all the closeout crew have numbers on their back. Well, the number is correlative to what your job is. And I know people just say, why numbers? Well, everybody's wearing ski masks in a black suit. Everybody looks the same. How do you know who does what? That's why they have numbers on their back, because you're not going to have time to go and read somebody's name tag. It's like, oh, Jim's over there. I can tell because of his name tag. No. Oh, 21. Okay, that's Jim. All right, or that's Bill or Bob or Bob. So they have numbers on the back that's correlative to their job. Or 47. If there's somebody walking around with a 47, you should probably run. Imagine if an astronaut had Mexican food as their last meal. I mean, Enzo, remember what I said about maximizing your odds of success? A spicy burrito is probably not the last meal you want to eat before you go into space. I would have something that's very not spicy for that exact reason. You do not want to utilize the absorbency garment contingency. Remember, maximize your odds of success, man. I thought it was IQ. I don't think someone has a 17 IQ that's working on a spacecraft, but you know, maybe fishy. No, man, gotta go Iron Man. Brussels sprouts, beans, and eggs. Grab Shark, what I would do if my last meal, I mean, if it was in the morning, steak and eggs. Steak and eggs all day. Get that protein. That's what I'd want. Okay. Closeout crew is going to do one final inspection here, and then they will remove the flange seal covers on the door. This Dragon's door is... or a door on any spacecraft is very, very important to get right because, well, it needs to seal. And if it doesn't seal, it's not going to work correctly. You do not want to leak oxygen on your spacecraft. With that being said, all spacecraft do leak to an extent, right? That does happen. Godspeed, guys. Have fun. But you want to, once again, you want to minimize that as much as possible. So what they're going to do, the flange seal on Dragon, so the door seal is a very, very, very precisely machined surface. And they put covers on it when you're getting in and out of the spaceship because you don't want to dent it. If you dent it, the spacecraft won't seal. And if it doesn't seal, you're not going to go to space today. So they put the covers on. When the cameraman moves out here, you'll see them remove the covers, and then they'll begin hatch sealing operations. Family-sized can of Bush's baked beans. That'll satisfy the pre-launch hunger. Shattermage, I don't think you want to do that. You guys got to remember, the other thing is during ascent, you are inside your spacesuit. There's your seat rotation right there. You're inside your spacesuit, and your spacesuit is connected into the life support systems on the capsule. So if you have baked beans as your first meal, and you have to pass gas when your spacesuit is down, you're only crop dusting yourself. I mean, everybody likes their own brand, but I don't think you want to do that. That's not going to be as funny as you think it is. What do they do for a closeout crew when they are returning from the ISS? Well, the crew that's up there is going to... Blanco, the ISS is already a pretty sterile environment to begin with, so you're not going to worry about FOD contamination up there as much. But the undocking process from the space station is a slow process just like this. For the same reasons. Once again, it's just better to... This isn't like the safety police, dude. You can't screw around with FOD contamination in a spacecraft. You really do not want that. That's part of the reason why Apollo 1 popped on the pad, because of FOD contamination and bad wiring, right? And pure O2 environments and an inward opening hatch, which was just completely idiotic, but whatever. But you really... On the ISS, it's mostly a sterile environment, right? So you don't really have to worry about that as much up there. With that being said, the closeout crew is the crew that's on the space station for the most part.
Did not end with you getting to the International Space Station, but rather an in-flight abort. This helps us underscore just how important safety is in this moment.
They're not breathing pure O2. They're breathing nitrox like a scuba diver, Forte.
A number of years ago, getting ready to launch for MS-10,
Daryl's talking to Nick about MS-10. We watched that flight. So MS-10 was an in-flight abort. One of the Soyuz boosters didn't separate correctly, and it tipped the core stage and blew it up. Well, with Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin on board.
The same launch pad there that Yuri Gagarin launched into space on. And so you feel that deep connection, that legacy I talked about, the human exploration of space. And so we're getting ready to walk up to the elevator. I
don't know why you'd talk about this when a crew is poised on the pad, but hey, whatever.
Wave to the management that's taking you all the way up to the base of the rocket that's sitting there.
Yes, LaForte.
That's white with frost because it's full of rocket fuel at that point, and you're on your way. So, I mean, it's everything you dream of. It's at that point, I've spent 40 plus years dreaming about that day happening, and
it got deleted, Kate, I think.
And copy, tear complete. You have a go for section 3 suit leak check.
Okay, so they're going to inflate the suits here.
Suit leak checks.
Go for section 3.
They will pressurize the suits of the crew inside the cabin. Very important matter. As you're lifting off here, what are you feeling?
In many respects, the feeling...
To be honest, I wouldn't really talk about this during a flight. But then again, I just talked about Apollo 1, to be fair. So
just kind of this slowly increasing pressure of being pushed down into your seat. The rumble and the subtle vibration as you're going, but it's pretty smooth. I'd liken it to being in an electric car and somebody just kind of smashing the accelerator, pushing you into your seat, and you're off.
Thank you.
And it was, a smooth ride for the first 2 minutes leading up to the point where those external boosters you see on the base of the rocket are empty, and then they need to separate from the rocket.
And that's what led to this moment right here, Nick.
Watch this. This gets nuts.
Didn't do quite what they were supposed to.
Yeah, one of them didn't. They're supposed to propel themselves away from the center, the core stage. One of them that didn't do that and actually impaled the core stage, caused it to essentially disintegrate in that split second. So we're 30 miles above the Earth, going 4,000 miles an hour, kind of pointed straight up. As that happens, it tilts us a little bit, and in that second in which all that occurs, the launch escape system pulls us, my crewmate Alexei Ovchinin, the commander on the mission, and I, to safety.
And that shot is the shot before. If we look back to that one, it's blurry because that's a screenshot from just how violently things were shaking.
Yeah,
inside.
there was in that instant, the indications to us are a flashing red light, an alarm's going off, and then there's a little
Video
red
isn't
indicator
playing.
that says there's a rocket emergency, and then you're also being shaken kind of side to side for a second or so. And then it's peaceful, because at that point we're going so fast, we've come off, we're just kind of coasting uphill in this slow tumble to the edge of space. And I can remember looking out as we got to the top of that trajectory and seeing the dark black of space and the curve of the Earth below, and thinking to myself, well, we're not going to get there today.
Just not going to make it.
Yeah. And so, in the moment, you have those little moments where the reality of the situation pops out. Now it's, it starts to set in, okay, what do I need to do to survive?
Yeah.
And that's get back into the procedures.
Right. And so that view we saw from looking up in the sky, your rocket is coming apart. You no longer can ride that into space. It's done. Now you're on the emergency systems.
Sergei Krikolev's right there.
You come down back to Earth, and that's you on the right, in the middle, right middle, hugging your wife.
Yeah.
And that looks like quite the deep embrace.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the moment.
How many G's
when
did they
you're
pull?
responding,
9.
The training kicks in. You're able to compartmentalize all of the emotion of the situation. It's in the aftermath of that. That's less than 6 hours after we had launched that we're back at the aerodrome there, and that's when the emotions, that's, you're human. That's when it comes out, and Katie had witnessed all of that and gone through that roller coaster ride at the same time, along with my kids and my family that were all there.
Guys, come on.
With less information than I had, because I was going through it. There was, probably 20 minutes where she didn't know what the outcome was.
Good suits.
You see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. You can proceed to section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close hatch.
And just a quick note.
Copy is proceeding section 4, Wilco.
We are still tracking the operations inside.
I don't
the
know,
Dragon
Ship. I don't know why you
Endeavour
talk about that right
there.
now.
They are doing checkout.
But yeah, that was the MS-10 mission. So what happened is Soyuz has 5 engines, right? It has 5 engines in the first stage. There's 3 RD-10 or 4 RD-107s and 1 RD-108. And the RD-107s are attached to the 4 side boosters. So the Russians call the side boosters their first stage, okay? And the core stage, so the center booster with the RD-108 is your second stage, and then Soyuz has a third stage, right? Even though your second stage motor ignites at ignition, right? They still, that's their nomenclature, right? And see, I have a soda can here, right? How Soyuz's separation works for the first stage. So say this is the booster on the side, right? There's a separator motor down here, right? On the Soyuz boosters. And when the boosters go to separate, they initially blow out the bottom and it causes it to rotate. And now the reason why I use the soda can is very interesting, because at the top of those boosters on the side of Soyuz is a mechanism that's very similar to a tab, like a pull tab soda can. All right, so the initial separation mechanism causes the boosters to kind of pivot like this. And when they pivot at the top attachment point on the Soyuz boosters, they open. The top attachment point is basically a pull tab. And what that does is vent the tanks. All right, so there is still some residual pressure, even though the stage is stopped, right? Even though it stopped firing, when they go for stage separation, they blow them out. it causes the things to pivot, and there's a pull tab at the top of each booster. And that pull tab basically depressurizes the fuel tank or the oxidizer tank on Soyuz, and the depressurization causes the boosters to shoot away. What happened on MS-10 is that one of those pull tabs didn't work. So it just separated the booster, and then aerodynamics forced it right back into the core stage because it didn't pop the top. Yeah, Soyuz is a very, very, I'm not going to say rudimentary, but it's a very simple separation mechanism. There's just an explosive charge that pulls the thing away, and then it pops the top of the LOX tank, and then the depressurization is your separation mechanism. It's very simple, right? The reason why you want to do that is because the side boosters on a Soyuz are curved, right? The whole thing is kind of curved inward. So if you just did a regular, quote unquote, regular separation mechanism, right, and you just separated the thing out, aerodynamic forces, because they're curved inward, would push them back in, which is what happened on MS-10. That's exactly what happened. So what Sergei Korolev, when he designed it, came up with was separating it and then venting the tanks up top with that pull tab mechanism, right? And that gets the things to spin away. That gets them to push away from the booster. It's a very simple way of doing it. And it's a simple way that beats the aerodynamic forces induced on the vehicle. Now, once again, on MS-10, one of them didn't work, so it just separated. And then aerodynamics came back and it tipped the RD-108 and blew it up. And then they separated. 9 Gs separation with the launch escape system on Soyuz. The RDG traction motors. Soyuz has 2 types of abort systems, right? There's one for low altitude, which separates, and then there's one for high altitude, right? The high altitude launch escape system is what saved them. And it's funny. Nick Hague, the color commentator for the NASA cast, did a interview one time where they basically landed in the spacecraft and they got out, and he looked over to Alexei. He was like, damn, that was close. And Alexei Ovchin in true Russian form said, short flight. Okay. That was short trip. All right. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Dude, we watched that on stream. My heart sank because during the ascent, we heard the Soyuz locator beacon go off, and I wasn't sure what it was at first. I'm like, wait a minute, because you started hearing da, 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 da. So in the event of an abort, what Soyuz does is it sends out an SOS. Its locator beacon starts going off, and it starts pinging SOS, and it pinged it over the comms loops, and I'm like, uh-oh. The second I kind of put 2 and 2 together, it was going da 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 da, and I'm like, that's not good. That's not good. But it was hard to see what happened because it was so far away. It just looked like a regular stage separation. Like they didn't have an onboard camera working on it at the time. You would love to hear more about Soyuz in another stream. Sure. Why do some Russian engines have more than one nozzle? Assassin Goose, long story short, more than one nozzle, like a multi-nozzle system, is an easier way to manage heat because you have, with multiple nozzles, it's easier to make a smaller rocket engine and you're increasing your surface area. Because building a bigger rocket engine is challenging. Rocket engines are not one of those things that scale, like, in terms of difficulty, that scale, like, linearly. Like, it's not twice as hard to build a rocket engine twice as big. It's a logarithmic thing. So if you want to build an engine that's like double the size and double the thrust of like your current engine, it's like 4 times as difficult, right? You have an exponential increase in difficulty depending on size. The Russians' way of beating that problem was to use multiple nozzles. In the US here, we kind of brute forced it and figured out a way to make an engine with really, 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 really advanced fuel delivery systems to be able to support a rocket engine that big. That's the F1. We just we said, screw it, we'll do it anyway. We'll build a bigger rocket engine anyway. And we did. Is there a VOD for MS-10? I do believe it got deleted, Flavia. My heart sank when I realized what was going on. I was like, oh no. Dude, they already did enough bad juju, so I'm only going to say this once. Covering crew launches, you always keep that in mind in the back of your head. Like, what do you say if something goes wrong? And I've been thinking about that. There's the door seal flange. They're going to go for hatch closure here. So what they're going to do is they're going to take the seal off, and then they're going to take cleaning wipes, make sure to wipe down the seal, because the seal is so precisely manufactured, a human hair can cause it to not seal correctly. So they're going to clean it, they're going to inspect it, they're going to take pictures of it to make sure that they're good to go. Dude, I'm only going to say this once. It's always in the back of your mind whenever there's crew on board. And the reason why it's always in the back of my mind, and it got really reinforced with MS-10. The reason why it's always in the back of your mind is because what do you do? What do you do as a commentator? What do you do? Nobody talks about it because no one wants to talk about it, because it's, why would you even entertain that thought? Which is why I was like, why are you talking about MS-10 right now? Please do not talk about MS-10 right now. Talk about that after they're on orbit, please. You know, what do you do? What do you say? And because when we watched MS-10, I realized what was going on, and I went, dude, stone cold. I was like, oh no. Oh no. All I could do is just sit there waiting for Nick and Alexei to say over the comm loop that they were okay. And when they did, I was like, oh, that was close. Be careful. When was MS-10? Oh, geez. MS-10 was 2018, I think. 2017, 2018. And it's always been in the back of my mind. I don't talk about it because you don't talk about this stuff when there's a crew launch. Like, October 11, 2018. Dude, we watched it. We saw it live. And once again, I heard the locator beacon and I'm like, that's not supposed to do that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then I put two and two together. The locator beacon is what goes off when Soyuz is making a landing. So like when Soyuz comes back and it lands near Jezkazgan on the Kazakh steppe, it always pings the locator beacon on purpose when it's parachuting down so the helicopters can find it. They hone in on it like an ILS, right? So they can go and find the crew, right? Because the Kazakh steppe is basically nothing. Northeast Kazakhstan near Jizkazgan is nothing. Think of like Great Plains in the United States. There's nothing out there. There's nothing out there. So, you know, the Russians have this big open area in Kazakhstan where they land, right? And there's nothing out there. It's just prairie for the most part. And that's why it's called the Kazakh steppe, because it's like the Great Plains. It's just flat. So they land out there, and don't get me wrong, they have a pretty dang good idea where the thing is going to land, but the helicopters can, you know, there's always windage with a parachute that can blow you off course with Soyuz and stuff, or in any capsule for what it's worth. You always have a nominal area where it comes down, but ideally you want to get to the astronauts quickly when they touch down. You don't want to leave them sitting in the damn capsule all day, right? Or the salt flats. Yeah, that's another, yeah, it's like that. It's more prairie than anything. Think, you know, you got to think like, I don't know, like Colorado almost, but eastern Colorado, not western. Western Colorado is just mountains. Automat, what's up, dude? 4-month resub. Yeah, Platinum, you remember hearing that locator beacon. When I put two and two together, I'm like, uh-oh, Soyuz is making a landing. That's not great. And we haven't heard from the crew in a little bit. And I just went, no, please be alive, please be alive, please be alive, please be alive, please be alive. You know, like, it's always something you keep in the back of your mind. And that's all I'm going to talk about. I don't want to talk about it no more. That's just, it's bad karma, man. Kingdom of Poland land, that's right. Where are they going? They're going to the space station, DW. Yeah.
Beautiful. And you saw Christina had joined. She was going up for a year.
So this is the mission that Nick flew after MS-10.
Alexa and I gave it another shot, and it was flawless all the way to docking. A spectacular flight.
And this was in 2019.
2019.
Just a little a little less than a year after MS-10 in October of 2018?
Yeah, 5 months. So we had the launch, so we had our launch abort, and then 2 months
Trying to learn,
later,
DW, you're in the right place. Ask me a question. I've been covering space flight for 15 years.
Launched.
I've covered every Crew Dragon mission
they
and
had
pretty
fixed
much
the
every
problem they
Soyuz
diagnosed
mission
what the problem
since
was with the
2013.
rocket, and then 5 months later, we were on board. It takes a lot to keep the station going. We've been doing it for 25 years.
Nick Hague is
so
doing
that
the color
drumbeat
commentary,
of
Krasno.
rotations of crews has to keep going.
Absolutely, and you fulfilled your role, and that photo we just saw was the completion of a successful mission to the International Space Station.
So I'll just reiterate what everybody's watching. DW, listen up, dude. So this is the Crew-11 launch. This is the 12th flight from SpaceX sending astronauts and cosmonauts to the International Space Station. That's where this Dragon is headed. It'll be up there if we launch today. We're about 2 hour 15 out from the launch. If it launches today, it'll be up at the space station by the end of the week. This is the 12th mission in a set of commercial crew missions where NASA contracts out launch services to commercial providers, in this case, SpaceX, with their Dragon and their Falcon rocket, to move people to the International Space Station. It's part of what's called the Commercial Crew Program, where, once again, instead of NASA building their own rocket and going up there, on their own, the difference is, NASA's operating the rocket versus SpaceX operating the rocket. SpaceX has sent 12 crewed missions, 13 crewed Dragons to the space station. So this is Crew-11. This will be the 12th one. That's 10 prior missions, and then the demo flight, which is DM2, which launched in May of 2020. Before that, the DM1 mission was a test flight, uncrewed, of Dragon to the space station in 2017. So, all told, SpaceX has sent 12 crewed Dragons to the space station, 1 unmanned, 1 test flight, and 10 operational missions to the space station for NASA. That is not including private astronaut missions that SpaceX has provided to the SpaceX has shuttled commercial astronauts to the space station. That includes 4 missions, 4 private spaceflight missions to the ISS, where commercial providers buy time on the space station, which is pretty cool. So all told, we've had 13. This will be the 13th crew NASA mission with SpaceX to the ISS, and the 17th mission overall of Dragons flying to the space station. What do they do at the ISS? Well, you learn how to live and work in space for long duration periods, Aquamori, and you do scientific experiments up there. The ISS is basically a place to learn how to live in space. That was the whole purpose of the project. So what are they doing? What kind of experiments are they doing? Growing plants. Growing plants, learning how to live and work in space. Like a scientific experiment that the Italians sent up, I'm not kidding, was an espresso machine to figure out if you can make an espresso machine work in microgravity. Because, dude, when you're on orbit, spaceflight is a very, very highly involved job. You're going to need caffeine. So it's actually, that's the kind of stuff that they're doing. I mean, that is just scratching the surface of all the experiments that they do on the ISS. Go for hatch closure here. Well, did it? Of course it did. The Italians sent up Samantha Cristoforetti to verify that it was working. And she did. Yeah. Samantha Cristoforetti is a ESA astronaut, an Italian fighter pilot that's in the European Space Agency's astronaut corps. Yeah, she went up there. She verified it was working. It works. Oh, it works. Gorlami. Yeah, Flavia, they sent Samantha up there to verify that the espresso machine was working, amongst other things. That was kind of the funny thing. I mean, she did a bunch of other scientific experiments and stuff, right? And they sent Luca up there too. And he also verified that it worked. Luca Parmentano. They sent him up too, just to make sure. Got to be sure, man. What, the espresso machine can't work? And I ain't having a Frenchman fix the damn espresso machine, all right? Or a German, or no, the Italians they'll handle it. They'll handle the espresso, okay? Nobody else. You need an Englishman trying to fix the damn coffee machine. Don't worry about it. You know? And all the other Europeans are like, what the heck, man? Don't worry about it. It's good. Hey, if I'm wrong, why did they send an Italian up to make sure it worked? Just saying. When do you think SpaceX will realistically be ready to send people to Mars? Probably the end of the decade, DW, if I had to tell you. But that date always changes, man. Look, man, if there was a baguette machine up on the space station, I wouldn't want anybody but the French touching that thing. You know, I'm just saying. If there was a bratwurst machine, dude, the Germans. Just saying. They know how to do it. Just saying, man. Don't underestimate French espresso. Southern France has fantastic espresso bars. Yeah, that's mostly because it's basically Italian. I just pissed off a lot of French people, Sebi. It's okay. I like doing that. It's fun. I'm an American. It's my job. Okay? It's my job. It's my job to screw with you guys. And I would expect nothing less. Just saying. Exactly, Flykin. Now you get it. There goes all the French viewers. All the French viewers are like, c'est fini. Au revoir, EJ. Your reaction when Luca had a problem in the spacewalk? Maybe we should make better spacesuits? Oh, we were going to, and then we decided we weren't. Sorry about that. So I took that personally. If there was an ice cream machine from McDonald's, nah, nobody wants that. It would never work. I fart in your general direction, so-called Arthur King. Yeah, of course, Enzo.
Tracking copies.
Okay.
And so you mentioned the weather, and it gets right to the point that they're making here is the weather's got to be good so that we know that the launch escape system can be used, so we can arm that before we start loading that propellant. Okay. So at the moment where we start loading all this dangerous stuff onto the rocket, we make sure that the crew has got a way to get out of there in a heartbeat if they need to. And onshore winds may seem like, not a big deal, but if you're coming down under a parachute on a capsule that's not supposed to land on land, you want to make sure that you don't drift onto the land. And so that's why they watch all of those conditions.
Critically important, those winds. And so the teams will be evaluating this
now they're stuck doing nothing for 2 hours. Well, it's not nothing, Cosmo. They're going to seal up the hatch. They've already had seat rotation. Hatch looks to be sealed. They're doing a leak check on the hatch right now to make sure that the vacuum seal worked correctly. What they do is they actually evac. So there's like a rubber O-ring on the hatch seal, right? So the astronauts, they're kind of doing nothing for the next 2 hours. It's kind of hands off. And, what do? Sleep. The ISS is on Universal Time. It's on UTC. So it's mid-afternoon for them. Waking up at like 6 a.m., to get ready for a flight at noontime Eastern is like waking up in the middle of the afternoon because they're on European time. The ISS uses UTC because it's an international space station. Europe, Russia, us, Japan. So they use UTC. So sleep. Get some sleep if you can. But what they're doing with the hatch now is they're pulling vacuum in the area between the O-ring on the hatch and the actual door. And pulling vacuum there causes the O-ring to expand and seal the hatch correctly.
She also likes rock climbing and powerlifting in her free time. She trained for Crew-11 as the commander.
How high is the Dragon launch escape system? How high does it take them when activated? Well, it really depends on what phase of the flight, Thick. If it's a pad abort, like right now, I mean, the launch escape system is not armed because the Dragon is in a relatively safe condition right now. There's no fuel on board. I wouldn't worry about that. You got to be careful, not like, believe it or not. So, in order to mention this, you have to understand like how the fueling procedure works for Dragon. The launch escape system is one of the last things they do with the capsule before they fuel the vehicle. So they'll go to section 6 of their ascent checklist. Crew access arm will retract. Launch escape system will arm. Then they fuel. Why? Why is that? Well, they do that because it's not a fully fueled rocket that's going to get you. I mean, don't get me wrong. Standing next to a fully fueled rocket or being on top of a fully fueled rocket is a little bit of a pucker factor, no doubt. But that's, believe it or not the most dangerous time for the rocket. The dangerous time is filling. Filling the vehicle up with liquid fuel and oxidizer is where the rocket goes through a ton of what's called transients. A lot of transients is a nice engineering way of saying a lot of things are changing all at once. You got to remember, it's not like with your car, you know, you're just putting in fuel. All right, we fueled up. Okay, cool. Turn the key on and go. The propellants that Falcon 9 uses is extremely densified liquid oxygen and RP1, which is a nice space flight way of saying aircraft fuel. It's basically Jet A. It's close. It's a more refined version of that. A more refined version of Jet A or kerosene. It's kind of close. Now, the RP1 is not that big of a deal. Planes get fueled with the same stuff all the time. There's no crazy fueling procedure to that, right? But the liquid oxygen, that's what you got to do. That's the one you got to be careful with. Because extremely densified liquid oxygen is extremely cold. It's minus 193 C, or I think that's like 290 Fahrenheit. It's really freaking cold. And that, I mean, think about it, dude. You're introducing that much of a temperature differential and a pressure differential because you have extremely cold temperatures and the tanks are at pressure, right? When you're filling, the tanks are at pressure because you want positive pressure inside of the tank during fueling so nothing gets in. Right? So they have vent lines. You'll see it when they fuel it. There's vent lines that relieve what's called tank ullage. Because as they're filling up, the pneumatic pressure in the tank gets higher and higher, and the positive pressure gets higher and higher, and they'll vent the tanks constantly. You'll see it if we get that far in the count. Right? The liquid oxygen is really that. I wouldn't be around a rocket when it's fueling. The only place I would want to be around, like even close to the rocket when you're fueling it, especially Falcon, is on top of it. I would not want to be anywhere near it. Because when you're on top of it, you have the escape system to get away, right? But that liquid oxygen changes a bunch of things. Like, you think about it. You have aluminum that's introduced to minus 193 C at pressure. You're changing a lot of things, right? So if there was an abort, there wouldn't be an abort right now because the rocket isn't being fueled. It's in a pretty safe state. Simultaneously, when the rocket is fully fueled, it's also in a pretty safe state because that means it's gone through all those changes. It's gone through all those transients, right? And now it's just nice and stable. It's sitting there. Like, believe it or not, I mean, the liquid oxygen is boiling, so they have to constantly vent the tanks because it boils off if you leave it there for too long. Which is why SpaceX, one of the last things they do in like the last hour of the count, that's when they get into really fueling stuff. The launch escape system is armed during fueling operations, right? And if they did abort on the pad, I don't know, probably like a half mile up, that's, I don't know, 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters in a pad abort scenario. But you have to, in order to understand why that would happen on the pad, right? That is the absolute lowest of the low in case of an abort, right? You have to understand fueling transients and how they work, why they would abort on the pad. Because I don't know, maybe I anticipated that question coming, right? Now, any other time in the abort, Dragon's abort altitude is kind of correlated to what phase of the flight that they're on. So, you know, God willing, if we get a launch today, right? You'll hear Xena Cardman call out different abort contingencies during the ascent. They'll right after liftoff, you'll hear a call for 1 Alpha, 1A, mode 1 Alpha, which indicates the kind of abort area. If Dragon did need to abort, it would indicate where it would come down. Now, as the rocket gets further and further up and it goes further and further downrange, your recovery area is obviously going to be changing, right? So you'll hear 1 alpha, you'll hear 2 alpha, or 1 alpha, 1 bravo, right? For the 2 kind of recovery areas during first stage ascent. And then after stage separation, you'll hear 2 alpha, 2 bravo, and Shannon. That indicates the 3 recovery zones that would happen if something went wrong after staging while the second stage was going. The 2 alpha, 2 bravo are basically up the East Coast, kind of by me in the Northeast, and then a little bit further out to our buddies up in Canada and Newfoundland, right? And then they call Shannon. That's the last abort contingency before they get onto orbit. If you hear Shannon, that's good. That's a good thing. That indicates Shannon, Ireland, because in the basically the last terminal phase of ascent for a crew mission, right? Dragon is going so ridiculously fast that it doesn't take very much longer burn time to have your trajectory shift from Canada all the way across the pond to Ireland. It doesn't take very long, probably about 5 seconds of burn time, because as you go faster and faster, your trajectory changes faster and faster, right? So you'll hear 2 bravo to Shannon very, very quickly. And that is the speed difference between an abort contingency off the coast of Canada and abort contingency off the coast of Ireland, Shannon, Ireland, which is why they make that call, right? There are recovery crews all up the eastern seaboard of the United States, because Dragon, when it launches out of the Cape, it flies northeast. The reason why it flies up the northeast, right, and all the way over to Ireland is because the International Space Station, welding in space, the International Space Station is in a very tilted orbit relative to Earth's equator. So if you're looking at the planet, right, from the side, right, you have the equatorial plane. So basically where your equator is. The ISS's orbit is 51.6 degrees inclined to the equator. So it kind of goes from southwest to northeast. And then as Earth spins under it, sometimes it goes from northwest to southeast, depending on where it is, because its orbit stays the same and Earth is spinning underneath it, right? Which is once again why the abort window, or why the launch window is basically instantaneous, because you have to basically launch in that track going northeast right at the precise second to have enough fuel to get there. Yeah, that's how close it is with margins. You got to be careful, right? It's an instantaneous launch window because the ISS is going in a weird direction, right? But the reason why it goes in a weird direction, the reason why it's in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit is so all the international partners can get there from their launch sites. The Europeans can get there from Kourou in French Guiana in South America. We can get there from the Cape. The Americans can get there from the Cape. The Japanese can get there from Tanegashima in the very south of Japan, where their launch site is, and the Russians can get there from Baikonur. That's the reason for the inclined orbit, so everyone can launch their own stuff to it. Because I know what it is. That's not some kind of fair and equitable thing. If the Russians are a partner on the space station, they need to be able to get Russians up there, and we need to be able to get Americans up there. That's right. It kind of makes sense. There's hatch closeout right here. So that's why the abort contingency goes up the East Coast. And that also is a lot safer, right? Because if you were launching due east out over the Atlantic, there's no land out there. Launching up the East Coast is a very safe bet, because Dragon basically, I mean, for you guys, it'd be this way. Dragon is basically flying parallel to the East Coast of the United States. That's why you hear these different abort contingencies. And that keeps things very safe, right? That's another plus from the shuttle program. If there was a shuttle abort, right? There never was, thank God. Right? But if there was a shuttle abort, the shuttle would be able to separate and it would be able to land somewhere. That's why there are shuttle contingency landing sites all the way up the East Coast of the United States and into Canada and over in Europe too. Like the shuttle could land at Keflavik in Iceland if there was an abort, right? It could land, I'm not sure where it could land in Ireland, but I'm sure there's runways out there. I think it could land at Mildenhall. RAF Mildenhall in the UK if it needed to. For lower inclination missions, it could land at the runways in Rota, Spain, in case of a transatlantic abort. So yeah, once again, be preemptive about this stuff. Now with Dragon can't land on a runway. So it flying parallel to the coast makes it so a recovery ship could go out there and get it if something really, really, really went wrong. What does Starship do if it needs to abort? Well, with Starship, Linus, the idea that SpaceX is going for, and you might be, people are going to think this is, oh, that's not safe, or it isn't. With with what Starship is trying to do, it's basically trying to get the technology matured and reliable enough that you can do airline-like operations. Now, if you think about a 737 or an A319 or an A320 or an A321 or any airplane that flies today, airplanes don't have parachutes. They don't have escape systems, right? Because the technology is matured enough that even in the event of a really bad contingency, like during ascent, right? So like when an airplane is taking off, there's plenty of abort procedures to be able to land safely. The most extreme example of that would be the Miracle on the Hudson. I think that was 2013, where Sully basically bellied the plane into the Hudson River and saved everyone on the flight. Like, there are abort contingencies with airplanes, but Starship is planning on doing, it's not going to really have a launch abort system like a conventional thing.
I'm in space.
It's SpaceX is basically, that's part of the reason why SpaceX is flying a lot, Linus. They're really trying to mature that technology and get it mature enough and reliable enough to not have to worry about that kind of stuff. Now, whether people disagree with that or not, well, with airplanes, eventually it was smart enough to not put airplanes got reliable enough to not put a parachute on an airplane. If we really want to truly fly to space, if you and I want to take a vacation to space when we're in retirement, a number of years down the road, right? Probably less years for me than for you, but I digress. You really want to make rocket operation less like this and more like getting on an airplane. You could skip the sub to Outmo? There you go. But are they reliable now? Merlin engines, Chrome, are pretty dang reliable, dude. But even then, with this mission itself, they did have a faulty engine controller when they went to static fire it, and they fixed it from test firing it. So, it does happen. Now that the hatch is sealed up, guys, what the closeout crew is doing, you can see they have their harnesses on. They're removing the seal off of the side of Dragon. This thing right here. They're removing the seal to basically depressurize and desterilize the environment here. Like, opening it up, you're opening it up to air, which is why they have harnesses on so they don't fall, because through that floor is a 220-foot drop down to the pad deck. That's why they got the harnesses on. They're going to remove the blanket that basically seals the crew access arm up against Dragon in preparation for Section 5 of the launch. It's Section 5 of the launch checklist here, which is prepping the crew access arm for retraction. And that is the last thing that the closeout crew is going to do before they leave the pad. They're going to remove the seal on Dragon and then go and get out. And as they're leaving, the crew access arm should retract. That's Section 5. Section 4. Section 5 is priming the launch escape system, and then Section 6 is fueling, if I'm remembering correctly. Hello, if you want to take a quick Google Earth detour, I'm looking at Shannon, but I can't see any obvious tracking dishes or anything similar. How and from or where they tracking the capsule? Shannon is an abort contingency. It's to me. There's not necessarily a tracking station there. Are manned space flights in general insured, or is it too expensive? Commercial space wouldn't be able to do Voodoo Cat what they do if insurance companies weren't sure about insuring this stuff. Yes, it's insured. Absolutely. There's a positive pressure vent. I've never seen that before. That's actually new. And then they're retracting the blankets here on the hatch and sealing it up. You don't want that thing flapping around when Falcon 9 goes to launch, because if it tears, well, Most things in spaceflight are pretty dang expensive if they break. Say there was... Billy, why do you want to talk about this stuff when there's a crew launch? Anyway, say there was a fire at the... somewhere else that on the pad. Would they use the escape tower? Would they do a crew board? I think they would probably use the slide wires if that was the case, goalie. Would you say spaceflight is safer than flying on a plane? Statistically, yes, Flykin, but I mean, if you're comparing data set to data set, like the amount of people versus accidents in space, actually, I would say, now that I'm really thinking about it, compared to all the people that fly every day, probably not. No, spaceflight, I would say, is statistically way less safe. But the thing is, dude, is that it's hard to compare the two. The reason why it's hard to compare to, I mean, you can compare data to data all you want, right? But here's the thing. Because the numbers per capita are so damn different between all the people that fly every day and versus the amount of people that go into space, right? Like, the amount of people humans that have been in space, period, since the dawn of the space age is like maybe in the thousands. Dude, the commercial airline industry hits that amount of people in the first like 5 minutes every day. So I would say that planes are way safer statistically, right? But the difficulty involved with getting a 737 to take off versus that is a little bit different, right? Planes are safer. And don't get me wrong, making sure a 737 works correctly. Just ask my buddy Ryan Weber over at NSF. That takes a lot of work. But even he would tell you that making sure that that thing works correctly is something that's a little more involved, right? Now, if you compare stat to stat, right, per capita involved, like, yeah, maybe you could make that correlation. But I would say that spaceflight is a factor of difficulty a little bit higher than airplanes, so it's tough to kind of compare it. I mean, if you want to compare stat to stat, airplanes, sure. But if you're comparing factor of difficulty between getting a plane to do regular operations and getting a spaceship to do regular operations, I would probably say, because of the high factor of difficulty involved, that space flight is pretty dang safe. But that's because it's more involved, right? You can't take any chances. You don't see a clean room environment when you get on a 747 or something, right? Like, or a 777 or any airliner. It's not a sealed environment. Well, Flykin, and something goes wrong on an airplane, just glide it down. I mean, it's not that simple, but yes. On a different note, Highway 4 is closed. Cool. So we're T-minus 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 17 seconds. Now, I know if you're sitting here looking at me like, why are you covering this? It's 2 hours from launch. The next 2 hours usually go pretty fast. I started covering this when the coverage started 2 hours ago, and we're already 2 hours in, and it feels like I've been here for 5 minutes. So basically what they're going to do now, the pad closeout team is going to get the crew access arm basically packed up in preparation for retraction. They're going to leave the pad, and then the crew access arm will retract, and then they'll start priming the launch escape system for fueling. Fueling should begin in... technically fueling would begin when cryogenic ullage tanks are start to get loaded, basically at the beginning of the last hour, but that they're already loaded because SpaceX and NASA chose to load the tanks at night when it was cooler, because managing cryogenic ullage gases are difficult. Long story short, they wanted to load some of the resources that Falcon 9 used, some of the pneumatic resources that Falcon 9 uses. They wanted to load them at night because it's cooler. It is actually cooler out. They didn't want the sun beating down on their cold gas pneumatic systems. So, I mean, fueling will really start the whole fueling procedure starts at about T-minus 45 minutes. And then you see propellant loading in the last basically half hour, give or take. I mean, sometimes, like this one is a little bit different than normal, right? So we're a little ways out from all of that. And basically what the crew is going to do is just chill. And in the background, what's going on is that SpaceX Launch Control and SpaceX Mission Control are checking everything. The crew will do comm checks between the three triple redundant manners of communication here, just to make sure all the radios were working. Yeah, the crew just basically sits. I mean, Oleg's taking a nap over there. Just sleep. You got some downtime. The reason why there's some downtime is because there's leeway built into the count in case something goes weird. Always build in margin. Because, like, say the hatch didn't seal right on the first try. You have about 10 to 20 minutes. Well, actually, it's about 30 minutes of margin. Because the hatch might not seal on the first try. That does happen. Ideally, you want it to seal the first try. And it did, from what I can tell. Because I was watching it while I was telling you guys about Soyuz and stuff. Yeah, there's margin and downtime built into the count on purpose. Because you don't want, I mean, this is already a complicated thing. You don't rush it. Just go slow. Be very deliberate in everything that you do. You have to when there's 4 souls on board, you got to be sure. Can't screw around with that stuff.
Water wings to me, man.
Yes.
Is there a place where I can read all the SpaceX procedures for a launch? I don't think so, Flavia. I know the procedures because I've covered every single Crew Dragon mission. You pick it up with time. And so we're going to, after Crew-11 coverage today, I'm going to finish our Hearts of Iron playthrough. And then we're going to do Space News. And then we're going to play Summer Car. I'm not going to work on the Coronet today because I'm streaming all day, basically. Unless you wanted to do a car stream instead of Hearts, guys. But I think I'll save it for tomorrow morning. We'll do a car stream tomorrow. For the people that don't know, I sometimes stream working in my shop. My streaming office is attached to a shop. Oh, shuttle. Hello. And I do work on my old cars on stream sometimes. It is going to be cooler today and tomorrow here, but it's today. That's on me because the weather kind of correlated with the Crew-11 launch. I'd rather do this than work on the car, man. Kerbal is tomorrow. So tomorrow's schedule, Dino, is car stream in the morning, KSP, Flame Trench, Racing. That's the schedule for Friday. Today and tomorrow, I'm going to be basically doing like 2 16-hour streams back to back. So that's the other reason why I didn't want to work on the car today. We got to pace ourselves a little bit. Do they have covers over the windows? It's bright in there. The Dragon windows, there's 2 windows at the front, and no. I mean, they have a shade that you can pull down like an airplane if you really want to. But yeah, not right now. If the hatch door came off in flight, would the astronaut be okay because they have suits on? Yes. The astronauts have spacesuits, and during any phase of the mission that isn't just Dragon sitting there or Dragon free flying, you'd have your spacesuit on. So you have your spacesuit on during launch operations. You have it on during landing operations. You have it on during ISS docking and undocking. The reason why is just in case, and this is what I mean about being preemptive, just in case, obviously you want everything to go right, but if there is a cabin depress, you don't immediately lose conscious, right? Because anywhere basically after the first minute of launch, you're going to be too high up there. If the cabin depressurizes, you're basically going to suffocate. I mean, that's why we have pressurized airplane hulls nowadays. Because where they're going, air runs out really, really fast, so they have their suits on. And their suits, if you look right here, if you look at Mike Fink, the pilot, if you look at his right thigh right there, there's that little piece right there. That is the suit HVAC system. Oleg has one on his leg right there. Xena has one under her hand, and Kamiya Yui over there his hand is on it too. That is basically your nitrox line, and so you have your air line, and then you have a recirc line, and that all those are directly connected into Dragon's environmental control and life support systems, or ECLIS for short. is basically connected into the capsule's HVAC system so you don't suffocate in case of a cabin depressurization. Think about it like when you're on an airplane, the mask that drops down, right? And you have to put it on. Make sure you put yours on before assisting another person, etc., right? They just have their spacesuits on all the time. Now, keep in mind, those spacesuits are in-flight spacesuits. They're really not designed to go outside of the spacecraft. Now, because you have a hose that's connected to the capsule on your right leg, you can't really go very far, as we've seen. And two, they don't have their own life support systems on board like some of NASA's spacesuits that they use up at the ISS, right? And two, in-flight spacesuits are really it's basically just a pressurized suit. It's not really designed to work outside in a vacuum environment. And even if so I know what people are going to ask. What if the capsule depressurizes? What do you mean it's not designed to work in a vacuum environment? It's only really designed to do that for a little bit of time. It's not designed for what's called extravehicular activities. So it's not designed to be out in the vacuum for crazy long periods of time. It's just basically designed to keep you alive in case of cabin depress. Because if the cabin depressed, you're coming down real quick. You have to, right? Because that is a very unsafe condition with the capsule. Just abort the mission and come back down, right? So it's not like the EVMUs or EMUs that NASA uses. You can see a picture of one on the wall. This is ISS Mission Control in Houston. So that's Mission Control Houston. There's a screenshot. That's a picture of STS-1 right there. That thing right there was EMU. NASA's spacesuits are the extravehicular mobility units are spacesuits that are designed to be outside for long periods of time. The EVMU can be out there for 8 hours before you have to refill it and stuff. There's even more margin after that. You could do 6 to 8 hours of operations outside in the vacuum with that suit before you really have to start thinking about coming in. It's a really great design, but that is not the same as a flight suit. That's an EVA suit, so extravehicular activity suit versus a flight suit, right? It's like, you have that plane mask that pops down if you're on an airplane and there's cabin depressurization. That is basically designed to keep you alive. You're not going to go skydiving with something like that or scuba diving with something like that. It's not going to work very well, right? Same idea. The factors involved with why is a little bit different in that analogy, but you get the idea. Yeah, the EVMUs are a lot better suited for rad shielding and stuff. Mm-hmm.
You're looking up in the skies now, and as typical for this time of year, starting to get a little cumulus clouds forming.
Yeah, humidity do be like that. So, interesting thing today, guys. So, the mission that's flying, let me just make sure I got this right. This is Crew-11. It is flying with a reused first stage. It is a fairly new Falcon 9, though. It's booster serial number 1094, meaning that it is the 94th Falcon 9, extended Falcon 9 first stage to be made. SpaceX changed the serial number nomenclature up when they switched to the Falcon 9 V11 architecture back in 2013, and they've been naming their boosters off of that ever since. So this is the 94th version of Falcon 9, albeit different versions have, incremental upgrades have been introduced over time. This is the 94th version, 94th booster of the 1.1 Falcon 9 architecture. Now, once again, they're not on version 1.1 anymore. It's like on version 1.789 or 5.2, whatever. They eventually switched their naming nomenclature to block. This is a Falcon 9 Block 5. And the booster 1094 is actually relatively new. This is only its third flight. It flew Axiom 4, which was another crewed mission, albeit private, to the ISS. And it flew one Starlink mission prior. That booster will be coming back to the Cape after ascent. It'll come back down and land at Landing Zone 1, which is SpaceX landing pads that are a little ways away from the launch site. Now, another thing of note is that the first Dragon capsule to fly people on board is Dragon serial number C206. All right. C206 was like I said, the first one to move people into space in May of 2020 on the DM2 mission. And that's the DM2 mission. During the DM2 mission, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, the two test pilots that were flying that mission, named the spacecraft Endeavour, basically after the space shuttle. Dragon Endeavour has since flown 5 times since the DM2 mission. So DM2, and then 4 other missions. This is its 6th reuse. That capsule has been used 6 times. This is the 6th one, which is pretty crazy for a reusable spacecraft. That's pretty dang good. It's pretty good, man. Dragons were originally certified when in 2020 they were certified to fly 5 times, and that means that NASA and SpaceX knew they could fly them 5 times. They wouldn't have to worry about stuff. From there, you'd have to check it to see if it was going to do more flights. Now, NASA and SpaceX have cleared Endeavour to fly more missions, which is actually super cool. So, well, Dragon capsules haven't really gotten to the point of space shuttle amounts of reuse. They're still, 6 flights in 5 years is pretty dang good for any spacecraft. Let alone a reusable one. Now, I know what people are going to ask. What's the most reused spacecraft? Well, that's Discovery, Space Shuttle Discovery. That's in Chantilly, Virginia, at the Udvar-Hazy Smithsonian Institute, the Annex Center at Dulles Airport. That spacecraft has been reused 39 times, from its first flight in 1984 to basically STS-133 in 2011 at the end of the shuttle program. It flew 39 times. So, while Dragon Endeavour, well, it is a high... That is the most reused Dragon, if I'm understanding this correctly. Endeavour it's nowhere near what the space shuttle got to. But then again, flip that. Discovery did 39 missions over basically 30 years. I believe it was, what is it, like 28 years, 29 years, something like that. Actually lower than that, but it's too early to do math. So, in the amount of time that Dragons have been flying, 6 reuses in 5 years is pretty dang good. That's pretty good. I do believe if Dragon... What I'm trying to tell you is that if Dragon ends up flying for 30 years, I would hope... Well, first of all, that would be bad because that means Starship doesn't work. But if Dragon did fly for 30 years, I'm pretty sure they would get more than 39 missions out of a capsule, which is pretty crazy. What is the reuse record for Falcon 9 boosters? Booster 1067 flew its 30th flight last week. Yeah, that was last week. Time flies, dude. SpaceX launches a lot. If Dragon Endeavour keeps up the pace, will it meet 39 times in 30 years? Well, if we're flying on average 6 missions, well, we only have a small data set to compare there, Dean, but if it keeps the rate of... I don't think it will, to be honest with you. Let's be real. If Dragon is flying 20, 25 years from now, that's a problem. That's a problem. That would be like the space shuttle flying in the 20-teens, because that, even though it was first flown in 1981, that's a problem. That means we haven't built something better yet. I would hope that it doesn't fly that much. But if it did, we got 6 flights in 5 years, right? So 5 years is 6 flights. Linear extrapolation here, I guess. 10 years would be 12, right? 15 years would be 18. 20 years would be... My brain went... 20 years would be 24 missions. 25 would be 30. Right? 30 would be... 24 is... 36 missions. That's actually kind of on par. It's actually kind of on par. But once again, I hope that Dragon doesn't fly that long, because if it does, that means Starship doesn't work. That would be like it being like 1975 and a Gemini capsule still flying. That would be a big problem, because that means the Apollo CSM doesn't work. On to bigger and better things, man. Too early to do that, proceeds to do math. Hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Yeah, a lot of people, that's a good point, Transit Biker. A lot of people don't realize that the shuttle's design was basically approved and finalized in like 1974. Yeah, it's very much a product of like the early 70s. But with spacecraft, it takes a long time to make sure all those moving parts work. That's why we didn't see a shuttle flight until 1981. I'm going to be so old by then. Whatever. It's just a number. Does 39A have an MRAP on standby? Yes, Methane. It would be to the north of the blast detonation area, the north side of the BDA at 39, basically by the slide wire baskets. There's an armored vehicle in case they need to egress off the pad very quickly. There's a military armed vehicle, like it doesn't have guns on it. It's just an armored vehicle, because if you have to get off the pad quick, that means something might explode. And a vehicle that's designed to take a blast in the face would probably be a safe thing to get into. Fun fact, during the shuttle program, they were using M113s, and they switched them to MRAPs, which is a, like, basically an armored truck. I think M113s are cooler, to be honest, but whatever. Yeah, the MRAPs are that way. They're behind this camera. Yeah, Krulani, the shuttle program did have a lot of meh things with it. I mean, but that's what happens when NASA decides to engineer a spacecraft, the most complicated spacecraft ever devised, on the budget of the damn Gemini program. Yeah, you heard that right. I've compounded the cost of development of the shuttle program that NASA spent. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't necessarily include the DoD. The DoD was involved with development and funding for the shuttle program. But NASA, for the most part, engineered the space shuttle with the same budget, albeit adjusted for inflation, as the Gemini program. Think about that for a second. See, I see something like that and go, wow, I can't believe that, like, we didn't have more snafus with that thing. Like, I mean, if the shuttle was engineered with the Apollo budget in mind, I tell you what, that thing would be pretty dang good. And I'd say for the money we spent on development, we got a pretty damn capable spacecraft. It's just there really wasn't enough funding to work the damn kinks out of the design. All designs need to mature over time, guys. The idea was that you'd work the kinks out with the shuttle program by flying it a lot. Just like basically the same idea that SpaceX wants to do with Starship right now. There's a little bit of a fundamental difference between what NASA wanted to do with the shuttle and what SpaceX wants to do with Starship. With Starship, there's no people on board, so there's a lot less risk involved. But the idea with the shuttle program is that, well, you wanted people to fly a lot. You wanted astronauts to fly a lot. Because if you sat there doing uncrewed test flights for like 5 years, even a high-profile flight 5 years, your astronauts are just going to sit there and do nothing for 5 years. I mean, arguably that's what they're doing right now, with the exception of commercial crew, but that's another story. That was the idea at the time. That's why the shuttle could have been hot-wired to operate remotely. You could have done that. The mission controllers could, for the most part, control the dang thing from the ground, with the exception of, like, landing, right? But they chose not to. They chose to keep it manned so people would keep flying on the shuttle. It's the same reason why airplanes have pilots now. Could an airplane basically fly itself? Yeah, sure. From takeoff to landing? Yeah, sure. A computer could probably do that. Would you take that chance? I wouldn't. I would want somebody on board that knows what the hell they're doing, just in case something goes wrong. That was the idea with the shuttle. You know, they wanted to keep the pace of people going into, they wanted to up the pace of people going into space, rather than having 3 people go into space once every 3 months. You could send thousands of people into space. And the idea is that an industry would grow out of it. Now, where they screwed up was not flying it enough. They didn't fly it enough. They were trying to, and then they tried to keep schedule, right? And ended up ignoring some of the teething problems from the shuttle's design, SRB O-rings. And yeah, we all know how that ended. I don't want to talk about that when there's people on a pad ready to go. But the whole point with the shuttle program was to keep the astronaut corps going and fly more people. The shuttle could have been made to remotely land. Sure, why not? I assume you got 37 up off screen. If you can hear the Starbase Live there, I just cut in more audio. I have it on, but I don't think you guys can hear it. I do have Starbase Live up in the background, just in case. Sully is better than C-3PO. I would not want C-3PO operating any heavy machinery at all, Dan. That would end very poorly. I would want R2 doing that. Buran remotely landed, didn't it? Yeah, of course, Dan. Part of the reason why Buran had a remote landing system is because the Soviets didn't really understand what the shuttle was supposed to do. After we won the space race, and we, up and said, no, we don't need to do that whole Apollo thing anymore. We won. The race finished. Bleh, which was pretty much NASA's biggest misstep in their relatively short history. We said, hey, we're going to use the space shuttle now. And to save on money, we're going to use one launch vehicle, and the Department of Defense is going to be in on it with NASA. And the Soviets went, huh? Why? Why are you doing that? Seriously, I've read books about, there's a book about Buran development where they basically, all the Soviet engineers looked at the space shuttle and said, you have the Saturn V. Why would you do this? Why would you do that? That's dumb. What a stupid thing to make. And they got so ridiculously confused because they're like, you have Saturn V. Why would you make this? That's not. They got so ridiculously confused that they were like, nah, the Department of Defense is involved with that. That's a weapons system. There's no other reason you would make that way. Right? They got really confused. It's like, okay, I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm going to make my own shuttle until I figure out what's going on. Seriously, that's how that played out. They were like, we don't know what that does. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you make that after you have the Saturn V? Like, why would you abandon the Saturn V for that? They defaulted to that it must be a weapon system because there's no good reason to stop using super heavy launch vehicles. It's actually a very interesting story. They looked at it and said, what? What the hell is this piece of junk? Why would you make that? That makes no sense. No problem, Kelly. My pleasure. How do you say what in Russian? I believe it's что. Что? Что это такое? Why? Why would you do that? If somebody speaks Russian, please correct me. My Russian is garbage.
We've got a person who's monitoring.
And in the end, they ended up making a better one.
Looking for great questions. And here's one from Joshua R. Collins. Does the whole
Sorry, last. You gotta tag me, Blackness. Think that with these private space stations getting ready, don't you think that Dragon flights are going to skyrocket with private astronauts? It's possible, sure. Your tactics confuse and frighten me, sir. What book is it? It's called Buran. I forget. I'll find it. Hold on. This one. Hold on. A second. I got it. I'll just link it in the chats, guys. Amazon is insistent on telling me, despite not being signed in, it's insistent on telling me my zip code, and I don't really need to show you guys that. So, here, I'll just link it up in both chats if you guys want to see it. I don't really want to show that on stream, you know? Like, that'd probably be bad. Well, Sikburan, yeah, right? The Google version is... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. Private mode on Chrome. Blackness, I find that it's still... Google's still very insistent on telling me where I am. Even in private mode. It's still like, hey, this is your location from your IP address. I'm like, hey, please don't show that. This is a computer that's used for business. And they're like, nah, let's just tell everybody where your house is. We want to insist on letting you know we know where you live. I'm like, thanks, Google. Very cool. I appreciate you. So all the construction that you see back there is SpaceX working on the Starship launch tower from 39. You can see the trench over there.
Dragon has been a workhorse for NASA's Commercial Crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station 5 times. Demo 2, Crew 2 in 2021, Axiom Mission 1 in 2022, Crew 6 in 2023, and Crew 8 in 2024.
Crazy.
In all, Endeavour has flown 9 NASA astronauts, 3 space tourists, 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, 1 retired NASA astronaut, 1 ESA astronaut, and an Arab astronaut from the UAE to and from the International Space Station. Crew-11 marks Endeavour's 6th mission, the flight leader to the ISS. And we leave you now with dancing from Crew-1. Apparently choreographed as well. Look at that.
Piece of candy. Hey, 2020, what's up, man? How you feeling? I'm glad I could hear the Google hate rant. Sorry. So Usopp, what was NASA's official reason for switching from heavy rockets to the shuttle? They did it under the guise of fiscal responsibility. Yeah. Basically, the reasoning was, well, we won the space race. There's no reason to do any more because the budget for the Apollo program ballooned like crazy. And Congress was like, we don't want to spend more money, keeping the Apollo, well, the president, Nixon at the time, he ran on a ticket of reducing spending and ending Vietnam, et cetera, et cetera. So he got rid of the program in 1972. But they were trying to curtail spending on the Apollo program because when it became clear that we were going to win the space race, that the U.S. was going to win the space race against the Soviet, they kind of toned it back a little bit. And they started, the official reason was that we started the shuttle program to basically reduce the high costs associated with launching a Saturn V. Now, personally, dude, I think that's bullcrap. The reason why that is a nonsense reason. The reason why the Apollo program carried such a heavy budget is because, dude, in 1962, when President Kennedy proposed the Apollo program, there was no infrastructure for building a super heavy launch vehicle. There was nothing. We had the Saturn I, not the 1B, the Saturn I, and that was about it. You wanted to build something to get to the moon, you could either launch a lot of Saturn I rockets, or you could send the whole kit and caboodle in one shot with a super heavy launch vehicle on a Saturn V. Right? Now, NASA did both just as a hedge against the Saturn V not working. That's the whole reason Complex 37 was built in the first place. As a backup in case 39A and B and the Saturn Vs didn't work. Right? But to build out the infrastructure for super heavy launch capability and developing all that, getting the Saturn V to work, getting the AGC to work, the Apollo guidance computer, the first digital processor integrated onto a spacecraft, and getting a computer basically light enough to be on a spacecraft and work correctly and rad shielded and all this other stuff, right? It took an exorbitant amount of cash. It took a crazy amount of cash to build the infrastructure, okay? Once the infrastructure and the factory, consider that an initial investment, okay? But I'm not trying to make this about that. When is Congress the hallmark for fiscal responsibility, right? Like, let's be real. So anything they say, oh, it's too expensive, that's bullcrap. We could have kept operating the Saturn V for basically the budget of the space shuttle program, because the reason why NASA's budget ballooned during the Apollo program is because you had to build 39A. Nothing like that existed. You had to build the VAB. You have to build the Launch Control Center. You have to build the Operations Support Building. You have to build all the electrical infrastructure to go with all that, to support all this stuff. You have to build fuel tanks. You have to build launch pads. You have to build towers. You have to build mobile launch. You have to build crawler transporters. You have to build the crawler way. All right, how do you build something on a swamp that's capable of moving 16 million pounds of rocket and launch tower out to the pad? That's a lot of engineering, a lot of dredging going on. So now you have marine assets involved, right? Then you got to build Michoud. You got to build the factory where these are made. You got to build all the test stands to test super heavy launch vehicles, because you've never done it before. You can't just put one on the pad and send it. NASA didn't operate exactly like SpaceX back in the day, where they put it on the pad. If it blows up, it blows up. I mean, SpaceX is the first one to really do that completely. SpaceX does iterative design. NASA back in the day did all-up testing, which is the most expensive, but it also yields the highest results, right? You just build the whole dang thing, put it on the pad, and send it. And if something happens, right? Like, that's what NASA did back in the day. But you had to build all the infrastructure for it. You had to build the S4B, the S4B factory in Seal Beach in California that Douglas used to make the S4Bs. And then you had to build the dock, the heavy dock down the street, to basically transfer the stages onto a boat so they could get to the site. You had to build the turning basin. You had to build Kennedy Space Center out. Kennedy Space Center didn't exist when the Apollo program started. You had to build all that. All that gets expensive. That's why Apollo carried such a heavy budget. Once you have all that built, it's just operating it. Once it's all developed, operations are, even though operations per NASA's Systems Engineering Handbook, operations account for 50% of the budget over the life cycle, right, of a program average, right? Those operations are over a number of years. It's all the way to end of life until something else replaces it. If we, for instance, we spent, I think it was $2 billion in 1960s money. I think it was probably more than that. If we launched the Saturn V through the 60s, into the 70s, into the 80s, you would recoup your investment, your crazy high initial investment on super heavy launch, right? And we didn't do that. We basically spent a ton of money to build this rocket and then decided we didn't want to use it anymore. That's like buying a Ferrari and putting it in the garage, right? And then deciding, nah, I don't want a Ferrari, I want a Lamborghini, and then selling it. All you did was just waste money. So I find it kind of ironic that the president and Congress in the 70s were like, yeah, let's run on we're being fiscally conservative by getting rid of it. No, you're not. You're doing the opposite of that. So instead of operating the Saturn V and keeping the Saturn V going, which would not have cost much because a high point of initial investment from the late 1960s, we decided to use that infrastructure to develop the most complicated vehicle ever designed that arguably does less than the than the Saturn V. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the space shuttle. But if I had to choose between a Saturn V and a shuttle, I'm taking the Saturn V every day of the week. The Saturn V can pretty much do everything that the shuttle can, with the exception of bringing payloads back down. But how often did the shuttle actually do that? That capability wasn't even utilized to its fullest extent, right? So why did we switch from Apollo to the space shuttle? We did it because under the guise of some misguided fiscal responsibility, because politicians are not accountants. Let me put it that way. That was a good question. Sorry, it warranted a little bit of a long response. If we had kept operating the Saturn V, it would have probably ended up being cheaper per launch than the space shuttle. Even like if you compound inflation and adjust for it. Because eventually, because the factory is already made, Factory's already made. The production lines are already up and running. So once your factory is made, your production is going, you do small iterative upgrades over time that reduce costs. Like you can't optimize a factory that doesn't exist, right? Once the factory's made, then you can make optimizations. You can reduce cost. Exactly what SpaceX has done with Falcon 9, ironically, right? And honestly, it could have gotten to the point where the technology matured and the factory just cranking out Saturn V's to the tune of like 4 a year. If we did that through the 70s and the 80s, we easily would have recouped the cost of that initial investment in the 1960s, even adjusting for inflation. I mean, at the end of the shuttle program, guys, the shuttle cost $400 million just to build the stack. That was basically its unit price per launch. Now, a la carte services are involved because every shuttle mission wasn't exactly the same, right? Because they were all ISS assembly missions, right? But even if the Saturn V got down to $400-500 million a launch, adjusted for inflation, however you want to look at it, right? Say it's, even adjusted for inflation into the 80s, it costs about the same unit price. The Saturn V could build the ISS with a CSM in probably 5 missions. You could build something just as big, and you could use the CSM or a robotic arm on board, a payload to assemble the space station. Probably in 5 launches. I'd have to say a Saturn V would probably build the ISS in about 5 launches. Compared to the 35 assembly flights from the shuttle program at about 400 million a pop. That's what I mean, dude. Yeah, that was a huge misstep. And as much as I love the space shuttle, that was a huge misstep. We built out all the infrastructure that we needed to run a successful lunar program for decades and then didn't. And once again, when the Soviets saw that, they got really confused. They were like, "What the hell are you doing? You built all of this. Why would you not use that?" That's weird.
Zero Nail joined once again.
Do you happen to know how much a Saturn V would have been able to send to Mars? About 40 metric tons, Neptune, give or take. Yeah, about 40 metric tons. You could shoot that off to Mars.
Here at the Kennedy Space Center. And before we continue, a quick reminder about Nick's incredible experience in space.
Yeah, they were doing suit leak checks there again.
General Nick Hague was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013. His first flight to the space station in 2018 ended in a launch abort following a rocket booster failure on Soyuz MS-10.
It's
a
possible,
dramatic
friend,
escape
yeah.
that he and his Roscosmos crewmate survived safely.
Alexei Ovchinin.
He returned to space in 2019 here on Soyuz MS-12, spending 203 days on the ISS. And last fall, he commanded NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission there, as you see him getting ready to go with cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. In total, Nick has logged 373 days in space and completed 4 spacewalks. It's so great to have you here today as you've been sharing your experience, the lessons you learned, your experience in space, and some of the human emotions that every astronaut goes through on a day like today.
Yeah, no, Daryl, it's a thrill to be here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. We're getting ready to launch 4 humans into space. It is such an amazing thing that is so hard to do, and to be able to witness it and then just be a part of that legacy of doing it over and over again for decades is a
Cameron, 14-month reset.
Great responsibility by all involved. Crew-11 is launching from pad 39A, and we're now just over an hour away. Once they arrive at the station, they'll join Expedition 7374, and in just 3 days, Crew-10 will return home. This will be what's called a quick 3+2 crew handover. You were Crew-9. You get a little time with the crew that's coming up, and it's important time.
It is, because you're living on the space station, so you train for how to work all the systems, but the real living aspect of it is something that you can really only do in microgravity, in that weightlessness, and it really is something that you try to maximize.
All right, let's take you through Crew-11's launch day preparations so far this morning. Nick Hague has been with us throughout. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, The crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back
PHB,
decades.
11 months.
SpaceX teams helped them into their custom pressure suits, and just like the other
Sorry,
crews
I'm taking
before
a little
them,
bit of a break.
they
Rest of my
gathered around a
voice. I just did
table
a lot
for a
of talking.
card game to burn off any lingering bad luck before launch. After that, they followed in their footsteps of every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968, walking out to greet a crowd of family, friends, and supporters with a big wave. Then it was into their Teslas for a security-escorted ride out to Launch Pad 39A, a 20-minute journey filled with anticipation as they drove up with their rocket in sight. Once there, they looked up, got a close-up look at the rocket, walked through the crew access arm, and climbed into their spacecraft. And now, there they are at the top of this rocket, inside that Endeavour capsule, and they are awaiting the next big milestones, the fueling of the rocket and the arming of the launch escape system. Throughout the broadcast, we are taking your questions to Nick Hague. Just use the hashtag AskNASA on the platforms Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. We really want to hear from you.
Hey,
so send us those questions.
that's me.
He's got answers, and he's got good ones. Also, if you're watching YouTube, be sure to refresh your player or browser so you can join our live chat. At this time, we are expanding our
Training
coverage
for
to
Artemis
include our
missions,
partners at
Laforte,
SpaceX. So
training for
let's
ISS
welcome in
operations.
SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, home to the SpaceX mission team.
Who's that dude?
Welcome aboard.
Discovery,
Go.
go and
Thanks,
throttle
Daryl.
up.
So excited to be joining you and Nick Hague here and Joseph. I'm Somi Srivastava, a certification engineer here at SpaceX.
And I'm Joseph Zakshevsky with NASA Communications. And you're absolutely right. It's a thrill to be here today and exciting to be joining you again from Mission Control here in Hawthorne as we count down to liftoff of Crew-11 just over an hour from now. Crew-11 is our 11th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, and the 12th as a part of NASA's commercial crew program with SpaceX. Crew-11 has 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA astronaut, making their return to microgravity. The multinational crew also represents 3 different space agencies: NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
Today's crew will fly aboard Dragon Endeavour, which was the first operational Dragon to carry crew on board during SpaceX and NASA's Demo 2 mission in 2020 with astronauts Bob and Doug. Endeavour has been pretty busy since then, having also flown NASA's Crew 2 mission, AX-1, and NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions. This will be the first Dragon to fly 6 times. Overall, for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight just this year.
Now, over the last 3+ hours, Crew-11 has been going through all the detailed process of getting ready for their mission, as you've been following along with Nick and Daryl from the Cape to the International Space Station. So let's introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who will be conducting her first spaceflight. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Cardman has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic and has supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. Now to the next of Zena is going to be pilot Mike Fink, a veteran of 3 space flights. Fink has completed an impressive 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of the time spent outside the orbiting laboratory. And he's also spent a total of 382 days in space.
The audio now?
Fink is
Stop
certified pilot for the Boeing Starliner, as well as SpaceX Crew Dragon, a part of the NASA's commercial crew program, as well as the co-pilot and flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle, STS-134. That was Space Shuttle Endeavour, and fitting that he flies on Dragon Endeavour today. Serving as a mission specialist, Sonia, is serving as a mission specialist is going to be Japan Aerospace and JAXA astronaut Kimi Yui.
You turn down the audio
Today's
so you
flight
can
will
hear
be Yui's
Starbase Live.
second trip to the space station. He was selected as an astronaut by JAXA in 2009 and has logged 142 days in space. And to round it all out, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov is also serving as a mission specialist and was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 and will be making his first spaceflight today.
Now, as we get closer to 1 hour away from liftoff, let's take a look at what's going to be happening with Crew-11 once on board the International Space Station. Crew-11 will be briefly become members of Expedition 73 and then Expedition 74 in the fall. Following departure of Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, that's when the expeditions will change over, and that departure will feature NASA astronaut Johnny Kim. They'll also conduct space station maintenance and scientific research to understand plant cell division, finding alternatives to antibiotics and microgravity, investigate producing essential nutrients on demand for long-duration missions, and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. The crew will also engage with students worldwide via the ham radio and use its existing hardware with newly integrated software to test a backup lunar navigation solution. So as the crew continues to prepare, as does the team on the ground, let's check in with another member of our broadcast team, Ronnie, here with SpaceX for an update on all things on the rocket, the capsule, the crew, and more. Ronnie?
Thanks so much, Joseph. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior sales manager, joining you today from the SpaceX Statics Desk. It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we are looking good for an on-time liftoff, which is at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time from the historic Launch Complex 39A in Florida. Now, coming up here in just about 15 minutes, we're going to be listening in for our team to report our final readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Of course, here on the ground, teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control, which is just behind me here in Hawthorne, to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew-11's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when our astronauts return home. On console or on headset in mission control, as you can see on your screen right now.
Isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
It looked like the illuminated.
Dragon copy.
Submission to the ISS.
We got some good live action there from our teammates in mission control. The mission director is the one in charge of the room and tasked with making those real-time decisions that ensure mission success. The person we just heard talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resource engineer, who we'll refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. Our 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Apart from mission control here, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. So with less than an hour until launch, we are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and launch. Back to you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Ronnie, and thank you for those updates as we are getting that live action in real time, and we'll continue to monitor those communications with the crew and everything surrounding Crew-11 and their launch here today. Now, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in the International Space Station's Flight Control Room, and that's in Houston, Texas, where another teammate of ours for today's broadcast, Sandra Jones, you've heard from her earlier. That's where she's located and has been busy preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. Now, the team in Houston is currently working through their go, no-goes and looking to confirm that the station is ready to receive Dragon Endeavour and the new crew. Now, following liftoff for the flight today, it's going to take about 39 hours, you've heard, about phasing, so a good stair-step journey to get to the International Space Station, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. Docking is targeted for the early morning hours on Saturday, August 2nd at 3 a.m. Eastern at 12 a.m. Pacific time. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
We are now at T-minus 58 minutes and counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with NASA's Sandra Jones at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston. Sandra, how's it going over there?
Tracking copies. Go for 4.100 set. We'll go.
And welcome back to Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are here in the hub of human spaceflight at NASA. The team here has pulled go for launch in the International Space Station, is ready for the crew to lift off as they begin their journey to the orbiting laboratory. At the time of launch, the space station will be traveling 260 miles over the South Pacific Ocean. In the home stretch of the rendezvous, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into what we call integrated operations, where both flight control teams will conduct a series of go, no-go polls for Dragon Endeavour's docking to the International Space Station. Rotational missions like Crew-11 help NASA continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The space station is critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the Moon and crewed missions deeper into the solar system, including on to Mars. Now, here's a closer look at the mission and what Crew-11 will have to look forward to during their stay aboard the International Space Station.
International Space Station, one of humanity's greatest accomplishments so far. 15 countries working together and adding more all the time that have helped plan, build, and fly the International Space Station. And it just shows what human beings can do when we work together.
As Crew-11, we are about to launch on board a Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Why don't you guess that more than one crew flight goes up in a single day? It could be by the end of the decade, Cornelio, I'd say would be the soonest that we would see something like that. But, I mean, at the latest, maybe 10 to 15 years. If we keep going on the way that we're going with the way commercial spaceflight is kind of expanding, on top of NASA going further into space, yeah, it's very possible that that could happen.
Самое лучшее из космоса всегда приходит рано или поздно на Землю в виде новых открытий, новых приборов, возможностей и технологий.
I'm very excited to see what kind of payloads we get to work with. It's a really interesting day-to-day life where 1 hour you might be fixing the toilet and then the next hour you're working on a physics experiment studying fundamental processes of our universe.
We're going to be up there for a lot of time. And we're going to, every day, be in space, look at the Earth go by, and accomplish some really amazing science. We will do material science and human research in space, lots of experiments, and then maybe do some spacewalks. It's a really fun crew to be on. We're going to enjoy every moment, and we're going to help each other to be successful and accomplish our mission.
So we have various kinds of difficult training together. For example, emergency training in Building 9 or emergency training in SpaceX. This kind of training actually made our bond stronger.
Наш экипаж Crew-11 — это экипаж, который состоит из высокопрофессионально подготовленных людей. И мне нравится этот экипаж.
In some ways, my only expectation for the mission is to fly and return home safely and still friends when we get back. There's so many things to play around with, to study, to explore, and I'm really open to every possibility, ways to engage with the International Space Station.
We all came from other crews. Kimiya, Yui, San, and I both came from Starliner 1. Oleg was on a Soyuz mission before this, and Xena, of course, was on Crew 9. But we all came together with our previous experience, melded into a really fun team. We're ready to go fly to our International Space Station.
And we're back at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida as we have a beautiful shot from our flight helicopter right there of the vehicle assembly building. The Artemis II mission, the rocket inside, will launch early next year.
Early next year. Well, that's pretty cool. They're going to, Artemis II might actually slide left, which is good. Levy, a question. Earlier you were asking about aborts, and Shannon, Ireland was a location. What on earth would happen in that scenario? Coast Guard in Ireland to go out there? Yes. Like there would be no sniffers. Now, alleviate, why wouldn't they do that? It's not like they're just NASA's gonna make a phone call to somebody in, Shannon and be like, hey, there's a capsule, can you go get it? No. Abort contingency procedures have all the equipment to save Dragon, and I bet you there's a recovery crew out there that knows how to recover a Dragon, right? Why wouldn't you teach them that? Of course they have sniffers. It's part of all the contingencies. It's not something that's really talked about too much. Hey, Tron, 94-month resub. Thank you. Just saw this on X. How can people get that close to a pad? What is this a picture of? Ugthick, you can watch a rocket launch from a lot closer than we do. All right? it's not the, I mean, rocket launches are loud. Like, I wouldn't stand right here and watch it. I mean, you would feel it. It would hurt being this close. We're about, I don't know, maybe 100 meters away, maybe a little more than that. That's from the water tower, that camera there. Like, I don't know, you could probably get close enough with hearing protection, like maybe a quarter mile away. Ooh, hold on. But the thing is that it's not the rocket sound that's going to get you if you're that close. It's if something goes wrong, you can watch a rocket from a quarter mile away, but if it blows up, you die.
Speak to the crew before they headed out to the launch pad?
I did. I was behind the glass yesterday with them. Again, I would tell you, these, they're right out of central casting. So smart, so personable. Especially Mike, who actually flew on the shuttle missions. But this is Zena's first trip into space. So yeah, I got to talk to him.
He's got Ray-Bans
and
on.
Again, they seemed a little nervous, but really, really excited. And today is the big day. I think they're just waiting for the launch and getting to the space station.
Absolutely. We're all getting ready for that launch. As you get ready for your first launch as administrator, what would you like to say to the NASA and space community that continue to help pave the way to the stars?
So listen, I think the team has been so impressive at NASA, but also our corporate partners. Again, SpaceX, Blue Origin, Boeing, that are building the vehicles that get us into space.
I don't know, Baron.
And again, when we go to the space station, critically important, but what we learn on these missions is what's going to get us to the moon, and then from the moon to Mars, which is, I think, the direction that NASA has to be. We are space exploration.
Absolutely. As you get ready for your first launch experience, what have you learned from Crew-11, and what are you looking forward to learning as you lead NASA?
Well, listen, I've learned that they're really well trained. I'm coming from DOT. The safety components that go into making sure these launches happen and happen safely is really, really impressive. The checks, double checks, triple checks. But moving forward, listen, I'm looking forward to Artemis. So a lot of people don't know Artemis, right? We're going to the moon. We're going back. And in America's 250th birthday, Artemis 2 is going to launch. We are going to go around the moon and back. We're not going to land in that one. But then Artemis 3, we're going back to the moon. We're going to land. We're going to stay for 6 days. The longest time before that was 3 days. And then from there, we're going to start deploying all of the assets we need to build our base. And we're going to stay on the moon. We're not planting our flag and leaving. We're going to stay, learn, and then go to Mars. Again, there's critical real estate on the moon. We want to claim that real estate for ourselves and our partners, which is going to be critical to be successful in that mission.
Absolutely. A lot of exciting missions coming ahead. I mean, you just mentioned one. I guess what should be that next exciting mission that the public can look forward to?
Well, I think it's going to be Artemis 2, right? Again, going back to the moon. And again, sometimes you might think we already did that, right? We did that in the Apollo program. But what's happening with technology to get us there? It's revolutionary. And what I love is sometimes people go like, well, what does this mean for us on Earth? Why are we doing this? Well, there's the exploration point of being an American, and that's what we do. We explore. We were pioneers. But also what happens with our scientists, our engineers, the machinists, the welders, the jobs that are created, and the quality and innovation in rockets that are happening in America, and the time frame in which we can produce them is amazing. And we have great competition. Obviously, this is a SpaceX. So over here, it's a SpaceX rocket, which they have been remarkable. But again, we have our other players who are chomping at the bit, and they're great partners. And again, we want to have a vibrant private sector business that partners with NASA as we accomplish these missions.
Absolutely, and we are very much looking forward to Artemis 2. Secretary Duffy, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll send it back to our team in Hawthorne.
You know what, guys? I mean, I understand that, the circumstances for which Sean Duffy is there, but guys, I believe saying something positive. It shows. It's very telling him showing up. That's cool. That at least, at the very least, that it shows that he takes it seriously to some extent. Which, there's been times in the past where the NASA administrator just hasn't shown up for a crew launch, which is like, I must say, despite what's going on with NASA, you know, it says that the guy at least takes it somewhat seriously showing up. Like I said, you know, the administrator not showing up for a crew launch is like a coach not showing up for a soccer game. Like that's, you know, it speaks volumes being there. That's very telling. So I don't know. Maybe we're in good hands. It's hard to say. I mean, Sean Duffy's the interim acting administrator. He is the Secretary of Transportation. So, you know, it was supposed to be Jared Isaacman, but some drama went down between the president and Elon, and then the thing got pulled. It would be really nice seeing Rook there, but, you know, that ship sailed. So, you know, I must say it's not, you know, at least him showing up shows that he takes it somewhat seriously, which, you know, that I guess that's all we can ask for, you know? Is his office nearby? No. It's from D.C. That's where he works out of. That's where NASA headquarters technically is. Hold on.
The USD orbit vehicle, a modified Dragon designed to guide the space station through a controlled re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
And when the time comes and the International Space Station reaches its end of operational life, which, trust me, it still has a lot of life to give right now, Dragon will help achieve that safety orbit. During the CRS-31 cargo resupply mission, Dragon successfully performed a reboost test for NASA that demonstrated Dragon's ability to change the station's orbit, and we'll see a similar test coming up, and that'll help inform plans for the upcoming commercial resupply mission number 33 with SpaceX, where Dragon will fly an extended mission and repeat that reboost demo with a modified trunk called the Boost Trunk. This modified trunk will give Dragon the ability to change the station's velocity by up to 10 meters per second. And testing these added capabilities will provide NASA with additional options for station operations in the coming years.
And yet another innovation that SpaceX is working on is the intravehicular spacesuits, or IVA suits, that astronauts wear during Dragon missions. These suits are worn by the astronauts while they're inside the spacecraft, versus the extravehicular, or EVA spacesuits that are...
Go for propellant load and launch.
Okay.
For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
So if you've ever flown on a commercial airliner, they have that spiel about where the exits are. You know, keep in mind that an exit could be behind you. In the event of cabin depressurization, the oxygen mask, you know, like they have that spiel. That was that, but for launching a rocket. The next step here would be Section 5, crew access arm retraction. Yeah, they say it any time, AP. Basically, from here on out, if we hear hold, we're not launching. If you hear it from here, anybody on the mission loops, that means we got a problem. Crew access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction started.
I just said that. Okay, so the next step here would be arming the launch escape system to basically prepare the rocket for fueling operations. Once again, fueling is one of the more dangerous things.
We're watching the crew access arm.
Fueling operations are one of the more dangerous things that you can do when the rocket is down here. The rocket is in a pretty dang safe state right now, obviously with no fuel in the tanks, right? And it's in a pretty safe state after it's been fueled at the same time, right? But that time in between, right? The rocket is going through transients. It's going through, you know, the temperature's changing. Condensation will occur. Pressures are changing inside of the vehicle. Your transients is the nice engineering way of saying a lot of things are changing all at once. And that happens during fueling operations. So that's a relatively dangerous time on the pad. And that's why the next step is arming the launch escape system. So if something does go wrong during fueling, the capsule with the 4 crew members inside can get away from the vehicle if something, in the event that something happens.
Is to have the astronauts drop their visors and start up for Section 7 in their operations.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
Okay. Section 5 with CAA retract. Section 6. Close the
Section
visors.
Go for Section 6. Closing visors and arming LES.
They may have renumbered the procedures because in the past it was Section 7. We may not have gotten that update. But this is a critical moment indeed. And that crew access arm, it can rotate quickly back to Dragon in this moment.
Dragon, visors closed, arming LES.
Okay.
In this moment, in between, before they have...
So the launch escape system on board Dragon is utilizing 4 packs of Super Draco thrusters. If you look at the nacelles on the side of the Dragon capsule, there are packs of rocket engines in there. A Super Draco consists of 2 nozzles. Now, so there's 4 packs of 2, right? Those Super Draco engines are basically there as your ejection seat. You know how like an ejection seat on an airplane, like a fighter jet, has a little rocket to get the person away. This has more because you got to move you're not popping your seats out of the capsule, right? The whole capsule will get away in the event of a failure, right? We don't want that, right? But if it does happen, better to have it not needed than needed and not have it. Now, how that system works and how do you arm the launch escape system? Those Super Draco engines are liquid fuel thrusters, but they're using hypergolic fuels, meaning that their manner of operation is very simple, because when you're utilizing hypergolic fuels, when they touch each other, they explode. So the engines are actually super simple. And what it does is it uses Dragon's onboard fuel that it would use for steering around in space, because obviously in the event of an abort, you're not using it. You're not using the fuel for on orbit if you don't make it on orbit. It utilizes that same fuel that the thrusters on Dragon would use if it was up in space. These are all pressure-fed systems. So basically, Dragon on board, arming the system consists of opening up the valves on helium tanks. There's 2 helium tanks. Or actually, there might be 4. I forget. There's helium tanks, and then you have your liquid fuel and your oxidizer. Hypergolic liquid fuel and oxidizer comes at you in the form of nitrogen tetroxide for your oxidizer and monomethyl hydrazine as your liquid fuel. The helium tanks back pressurize the NTO and MMH tanks and actually build up pneumatic pressure in the tanks to get the tanks to shoot liquid out towards the thrusters, right? Now, at your Super Dracos and your regular Dracos, which are the maneuvering thrusters, right, there are basically fuel injectors, like similar to what you would find on a car, albeit a lot more space age, let's say. And those will open and close to spray the fuel into the combustion chamber. You spray NTO and MMH into the combustion chamber, it explodes. Boom. Instant rocket engine. They do this for a number of reasons. Why use those? Why use those chemicals? Why use NTO and MMH? They sound bad for you. They are. Yeah. They use them because they're storable on orbit for long periods of time. Nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine is like, those are like those forever kinds of chemicals. You know what I mean? Not exactly. They do decompose over time. I think that's the right way to say it. Chemists, please correct me if I'm wrong. But they can stay fuel. They stay liquid for a long period of time in space, because where Dragon's going, it's going to be up there for 6 months. You can't have the fuel decompose or boil off or something. Now, the other thing is with a hydrazine system, so with a bipropellant hydrazine hypergolic system, you really want a very, very simple manner of actuation. So the helium tanks are a very simple way of building pressure in your lines to make the rocket engines work. Now, once again, they're arming those Super Dracos. They're arming the abort system because Falcon is going to start fueling operations here in the next couple of minutes. Fueling a vehicle is one of the most dangerous times on the pad. Ideally, you either want your astronauts in Dragon with their escape system armed, or you want your astronauts not near the pad at all when fueling operations happen. In the past, what NASA's done is they've fueled the space shuttle, for instance, first, and then gotten people to the pad. Or they fueled the Saturn V first, and then people went to the pad. Because when the rocket is unfueled, pretty dang safe. When it's fueled, it's also pretty dang safe. It's in what's called a stable state. Safe mode, basically. It's just the fueling process You're changing a lot of things on the rocket all at once. It's called transients. You're changing that, like I said, that's a nice engineering way of saying a lot of things are changing. Pressures are increasing. Temperatures are falling. Vent lines are opening and closing. There's a lot of moving parts involved with fueling a rocket. And during that time, because you're changing a lot of things all at once, it's more likely that something could go wrong. Don't get me wrong, Falcon 9 gets fueled all the time. We watch Starlink missions basically to the tune of like 3 of them a week, you know? But when there's people on board, you really don't want to take that chance. Don't screw around, because the second you say they don't need it, they're going to need it, right? So they arm the launch escape system first, that pressure-fed hypergolic system in Dragon. They arm that one first, just in case something goes wrong during fueling, crew can get away very quickly.
Force, a brigadier general, have cleared the range. They are currently monitoring
Nice. I'm glad you guys like that explanation. Hope you learned something.
No one can get into the path of the rocket.
Now, the Super Dracos ship watching, the Super Dracos and the Dracos. So Dragon's what's called the reaction control systems, all right? And the Super Dracos are the abort engines. The abort engines and the reaction control system utilize the same fuel tanks. The Super Dracos, once Dragon gets on orbit, are saved, and they can be reactivated in the event of a landing abort contingency. But for the most part, no. Dragon does not use Super Dracos for re-entry or any phase of the flight. The only time they would be reactivated in a landing abort contingency is in the event of a parachute malfunction at the end of Dragon's mission. SpaceX actually reintroduced that capability because back when Dragon 2 when Dragon 2 first came around, SpaceX talked about propulsively landing these capsules like back on land. And then they realized that is a very dangerous thing to do, because that means your capsule with people in it is hurling towards essentially a gigantic concrete pad. And if something goes wrong, you do not have time to deploy any parachutes. So NASA and SpaceX quickly realized that that was a really bad idea. But they have since reintroduced the quote-unquote propulsive landing for Dragon as a contingency procedure in case of parachute failure. Now, Dragon has 4 main parachutes when it comes back down. You'll see this when we cover Crew 10 coming back down next week, right? Which I will do, right? It has 4 parachutes. Dragon really only needs 2. It can land on 2, right? It can absolutely land on 3, and it kind of really safely lands on 4. One of the chutes are redundant. It can do it on 2, but in the event you get like maybe 2 to 3 parachute failure, they will activate the Super Dracos right before they land to kind of basically cushion the impact. Because if you're landing on 2 to 3 chutes, Dragon's going to hit the water at a pretty high rate of speed. I'm talking like 50, 60 miles an hour. And hitting water at high speed is like hitting concrete. So they have reintroduced that Super Draco landing contingency, but it's just that. It's a contingency. They're not going to do a full propulsive landing if they don't have to, right? So that's the only real times when the Super Dracos are activated. They are only activated during the ascent procedure, and then LES disarm after ascent, like when you're on orbit, and then they're armed during the last phase of descent, just in case.
Next 10 minutes when they lift off, and all the different
and
things
banana
they're going to need to do.
120-month resub. Surprise!
Activities that they're going to have once they get to orbit.
Chair flying. That's what our astronauts are doing right now, and we'll
yes,
stay with
Dan,
them
they can.
as we count this down. For now, let's send it out
Good
to
questions,
SpaceX
dudes.
in California.
With Apollo, did they fuel the crew after the crew was on board? No. SpaceX is the first rocket to ever utilize what's called load and go, meaning you load crew first and then go fuel the rocket. Every rocket in the past has been fueled before the crew has gotten to the pad. But SpaceX, wanting to do airliner-like operations, right, wanted to do both at the same time. And then they realized, and NASA realized that, NASA basically said no. They're like, nah, do not put people on board when you're fueling, right? And SpaceX was like, why? And they're like, well, if something goes wrong, there's no abort contingency there. If the rocket has a problem when people are trying to get in the capsule, you're basically screwed, right? So SpaceX was like, oh yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. So they started doing load and go with Falcon 9, a quicker fueling procedure to utilize densified propellants to get more performance out of Falcon 9. The densified liquid oxygen for the rocket geek basically works like nitrous for a car. You're introducing more oxidizer, you deliver more fuel, you get more performance, right? SpaceX needed that added performance to be able to get their boosters back and land them, because there was a time where Falcon 9 not using densified propellants didn't really have enough fuel to land back at the launch site. Now Falcon 9 can do that, part of which is them understanding load and go and quick fueling procedures, right? SpaceX had to prove this to NASA, especially after what happened with Amos 6. With Amos 6, which was a Falcon 9 failure during fueling operations in 2016, it kind of introduced what NASA was worried about, like if something went wrong, right? Basically, SpaceX loaded the propellants too quickly. They went too fast, and it caused something to break inside of the second stage, and usually when something malfunctions inside of a fuel tank, it doesn't end well with rockets, right? Now, obviously, they have the launch escape system, so here, there's no bad juju. You can get away from it if it happens. But yeah, SpaceX is really the first one to utilize load and go. That's a really important thing, because nobody's done that before. Dude, if a space shuttle was launching at like 2 to 3 in the afternoon, NASA would start fueling that thing at like 8 in the morning to get it into a stable state for crew to get to it. NASA was very, very skeptical of load and go for the longest time. SpaceX had to prove that what happened with Amos 6 would never happen again. They had to prove it, and how they had to prove it was fly Falcon 9 a lot to prepare it for Dragon. You check the resolution for the NASA stream. There you go.
Multiple locations helps to maximize the return opportunities, lowering the chance we'll have to wave off due to bad weather.
I wonder what the reason why they brought that back. Was it because they had a parachute failure? Probably something that they found in testing, goalie, if I had to guess, because I've never seen Dragon have a parachute failure. I've watched every single Crew Dragon come back down. A lot of them live. Never seen the parachutes fail to unfurl correctly.
To see the teams across the country working together.
What is the zero-G indicator? We don't know. We'll find out when they get on orbit. That's usually when they reveal it, after ascent. How much can they push back on launch time, if any? Good question, sort of human. With these ISS missions, because the ISS is in a real funky orbit, the short answer to this is the ISS is in a funky orbit, so the Russians, the Japanese, the Europeans, and us can all get to it. Because it's in a funky orbit, the window is basically instantaneous. There's only a very, very small window where you could actually get to the thing with this and get your booster back, etc., etc. I mean, Falcon 9 could probably have more leeway in the window if SpaceX wasn't doing a return to launch site. But having having a drone ship landing coupled with a crew launch and stuff is complicating recovery operations, right? Because there could potentially be a spot where the booster comes back down. If the crew comes back down next to where the first stage landed, you do not want to be near a Falcon 9 even after it's landed. It has to be safed. And if something is wrong with the crew, you don't want those operations conflicting, right? You do not want that. That would be very bad. Once again, be preemptive about this stuff, right? So SpaceX opted to RTLS their boosters, and because of that, the performance window for flying a crew ascent profile to that funky orbit that the ISS is in basically means the window is instantaneous. That doesn't necessarily mean that other missions don't have a wider margin. It's just the performance on the booster. You need to save some of that fuel on the first stage to come back. And because SpaceX wants to do that, because you don't, like I said, there's basically a no-go zone around a drone ship when SpaceX lands out on their ships, right? You don't want to be near that thing when it comes down. If, God forbid, there's an abort scenario and it came down next to the drone ship, well, if the crew needs help, that means you're putting people next to a rocket that hasn't been safe, that just landed. That's That would be like if somebody was running on an airplane runway and broke their leg, and you have to get an ambulance out there, but you also have to land a plane, right? Like you don't want those two operations conflicting with each other. So they choose to RTLS these boosters. You don't want what's called a blackout zone in the abort contingency area, an area basically where you can't abort. NASA doesn't want stuff like that because the space shuttle had stuff like that. There were what's called a blackout condition or a cutout during the space shuttle's launch where it could not abort. There basically from T-minus 0, so liftoff, to about 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight with the shuttle. If something happens, there's nothing you can do. You just ride it out and hope whatever happened didn't damage the shuttle so you could fly it. Seen the fruits of that labor. I don't want to talk about that. NASA since then has basically made it so there's never especially with the commercial crew, so with Starliner and with Dragon, there is no point during ascent where you cannot abort. There's a delayed parachute deploy, but the only failure was on Starliner pad aboard. Yeah, but we're not talking about Starliner. The context of that question, Baron, was with Dragon. I'm not sure where Starliner comes into play there, but all right. The cutout period. Yeah. I got you. Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of a bunch of conversations in my head. SVO. When you were saying Dragon could use the rocket engines for landing if the parachutes fail, are you saying in conjunction with 1 to 2 good shoots or completely alone like a Falcon 9 landing berth? You could do any one of those things, SVO. It depends on the chute failure. Do you have a squeaky chair? No, not really. I have Starbase Live going in the background. I'm watching Ship 37 sitting out on the pad at Starbase. And that there is some background noise to that. I have that on because my wireless headset times out if it doesn't hear sound. So if I'm talking over the NASA cast for a little while and I have them muted, the headset could turn off. So I do have some background noise. Sorry about that. It's just to make sure this thing doesn't shut off. Because it times out because wireless headset. It shuts off basically after like 5 minutes. And some of my explanations require more than 5 minutes, guys. You know me. In your opinion, what comes first, people on Starship or the ISS deorbit? ISS deorbit. Geek, if I had to guess what SpaceX will most likely do with the first missions to Starship, if they do utilize that capability, would be launch people on Dragon, dock with Starship, get a Starship up there, launch people on Dragon, get people to the Starship, have Dragon come back down, and then send people wherever they need to go with Starship. Hey, Kayak, what's going on? How long can the crew be on life support if Dragon loses pressure? It utilizes the same pressure. Goalie, they're basically plugged into the environmental control systems. So in case of cabin depress, the ECLS will automatically shut off the HVAC systems for Dragon, and it'll keep the HVAC systems going to the suit. So they have the same amount of time that Dragon's life support systems basically have. So a long time. They're connected into the same system. You have a squeaky back. Also check last. NASA also learned the hard way to handle rocket fueling and vent sequence the hard way. Oh, yeah, there's also that. I don't want to talk about that right now, though. That's all I have to say about that.
Department of Defense are making sure they know how to get them home, even in an emergency. Here's Reed with a behind-the-scenes look.
Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, commander of Artemis II. I'm here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and as you can see, work is well underway for our next mission to the moon, both on land and off the coast.
Come on, baby.
Back in June, teams with NASA and the Department of Defense used an area of open water off KSC to rehearse procedures for a possible rescue after an ascent abort from the SLS rocket. Instead of using astronauts, they used a set of test mannequins staged inside the crew module test article, a full-scale mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. You can see rescuers jumped from a plane into the water with their specialized equipment, then approached the spacecraft, opened the capsule, and transported the mannequins to the helicopter safely for medical care. This was one of 2 emergency procedures they rehearsed should they need to rescue me, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during an abort scenario.
Cool.
And back here on land, now that the upper stage integration is complete inside the vehicle assembly building, teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems have been running SLS integrated testing, where they powered up both the core stage and boosters for the first time in preparation for our 10-day journey around the moon. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
Cool.
For more Artemis updates, scan the QR code on your screen right here or visit nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 2. Nick, I know you're excited for Artemis.
Roman numeral 2.
Absolutely.
One of your fellow astronauts you spend a lot of time with, Christina Cook, is going.
What's the first stage for Artemis? You were looking at it, Pogo. That's what they stacked, that big orange thing. Well, actually, technically, that's second stage, but the orange thing with the 2 white boosters attached are solid rocket boosters. So SLS has a stage and a half to orbit, so it's a 1.5 STO, meaning that the second stage is ignited at liftoff with the SRBs. SRBs separate, core stage burns all the way into space. Also birds at Starbase. That's what that noise is.
Moving forward and the Artemis campaign.
There's
so
a bird
incredible
around
to
the
see
camera.
about how those 2 crews and how those 2 missions work together. Now, as we get back to today's launch, we're now approaching 20 minutes away in the countdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. So let's take a look at Falcon 9 that's on your screen now, and that is a 2-stage rocket that is 29 feet tall and getting ready for liftoff, and again, approaching 20 minutes away.
So Falcon 9...
At launch time, it produces more than...
Falcon 9 fueling has begun here. What they're doing here is that's called the 20-minute vent. This is basically them chilling down, SpaceX is chilling down the lines that go to the second stage. At the very top here, where the second stage fueling umbilical is, it's basically right at the bottom of this, of the stage tanks right here. There's a vent line inside of this, the structure that's next to the vehicle called a transporter erector. This is the TE. They build the rocket on the transporter erector, and then it transports and erects the rocket to the pad. I know. Engineers are not very good at naming things. It's not a very creative name. The transporter erector transports and erects the rocket. I know. But it also carries the fuel and oxidizer lines for the second stage. But because the liquid oxygen that they're moving is so ridiculously cold, they have to chill down the line. So what they're doing is they're slow filling that line with liquid oxygen, and basically it's exchanging heat with the line, and instead of going into the tank, right, there's a vent line at the top. The vent line at the top is there to have the gas that the liquid oxygen that exchanged heat in the line, basically cooling the line down. It turns to gas when that happens. It goes from liquid to gas because you heat it up, right? And they vent it over the side. And when they slow fill the line, as they slow fill it, it gets to temperature, the liquid oxygen eventually gets up to the top. When it gets up to the top, that vent line will close and they'll start second stage fueling. Now, simultaneously, first stage fueling has already begun. It began at T-minus 35 minutes. And you can see that the condensation building on the vehicle there, that the first stage is already well into fueling. The reason why the first stage starts a little bit before the second stage is because SpaceX is using densified liquid oxygen. So it's extremely cold liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen exists as a liquid at minus 193 C. And it's very easy to get it to turn back to gas, first of all. But because they're using super cold propellant to get the performance that they need, or super cold oxidizer to get the performance that they need, they really want the first stage and second stage to basically both get topped off right before they launch. If they leave it on the pad with that densified liquid oxygen sitting in the hot Florida sun for longer, you're basically losing performance. The liquid oxygen will start, it boils off because liquid oxygen extremely cold at pressure will start boiling at high pressure. Low temperature, high pressure will start boiling, just like water at 1 atmosphere will boil at 100C, right? This is much colder, much higher pressure. It boils. It'll boil off, so you start losing performance because the propellants heat up. So you got to do it quick. That's why SpaceX wanted to fuel the rocket, right? That's the last thing that they do. And we talked about the escape system, why it's armed, because if something does go wrong during fueling, the crew needs to get away quick. And that's what those nacelles are up there for. So they want to ideally time it so the second stage and first stage get completely full right before they lift off.
In space by safely transporting crew to and from the International Space Station. There are currently 5 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions: Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, Freedom, and our 5th and final Dragon, Grace, which just launched the Axiom 4 mission last month. Designed with safety as the highest priority.
Hi, your NASA broadcast is behind. All right. Well, prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. In the case of debris impact or leak, ECLS is designed to maintain 55 kPa interior pressure as a feed the leak procedure, giving the crew time to get their suits, initiate an emergency deorbit. It's a commercial crew program requirement. Good to know.
Axiom 1 and NASA's Crew-6 and Crew-8 missions. Overall, for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight this year. Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the orbiting lab, having flown 300,000 pounds of cargo and more than 1,000 experiments to space, as well as 70 crew members representing 20 countries.
Who owns this rocket? This is a SpaceX rocket?
Outfitted with a docking adapter, which is just how it's configured for today's flight. And when it's not going to the space station and it's in free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola, as it was back during the Inspiration 4 mission. Another option we have is the Skywalker hardware, which supports extravehicular activities or spacewalks, as we did during the Polaris Dawn mission. And amazingly, there has been a Dragon in space for 1,358 consecutive days since Crew 3.
Now, with T-0 coming up in about 14 minutes or so, our teams are continuing to do a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and the Falcon 9 are ready, with fueling continuing to get underway. And again, we're monitoring that weather that the teams here at SpaceX are keeping an eye on and have been relaying up to the crew. So let's check in with
John. Speaking of the escape system, after maximum dynamic pressure, do they still go full power on the burn? It's a little bit different than a Starlink ascent, John. Starlink ascents are a little bit of a steeper trajectory. Crew ascents are what's called a lofted trajectory. They fly a little bit higher and they don't have as steep of an ascent. The reason why is to mitigate G-forces. The highest G-forces that you're really going to see during any commercial flight, Starliner, Dragon, the shuttle, is about 4.5 sustained, but it's only for the period of sustain is only for a small amount of time. I'm talking in an abort.
Go and throttle up.
You're talking in an abort burn. The abort burn would be the same. 9 Gs sustained at any time in the window.
Me here in front of Mission Control. Now, this guy is not the zero gravity indicator for today's mission, but do keep an eye out for that once Crew-11 reaches orbit. This is, though, a fun nod to all the successful flights that Dragon has made and all of the crews that we have been so lucky to work with. I think this is a great way to celebrate today's flight milestone, and I really have appreciated joining you all. Thanks for joining me at the status desk for all of our coverage today. With that, go Dragon, go Crew-11, and I'm going to hand it back to Sandra for status update from Houston.
It's kind of cool.
Thanks, Ronnie. That plush is cute. I'm going to have to get one for myself. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams continue to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the team inside the room today is NASA Flight Director Scott Stover. The team in Mission Control and the team in Hawthorne, as well as the astronauts aboard the International Space Station, will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Endeavour when they enter into joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is the invisible boundary stretching 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft. It's essentially the neighborhood of the International Space Station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the International Space Station will perform a series of leak checks and then will work to open the spacecraft's hatch for Crew-11 to float into the space station and begin their stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after docking occurs. When they enter the orbital outpost, crew will be greeted by the rest of the Expedition 73 crew and will come together for opening remarks. But for now, that's going to be all from us here in Mission Control for today, as the anticipation continues to build for launch in less than 20 minutes from now. So, how's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
Well, we've got a mix in the weather. There's some clouds that are building, but so far still looking good, okay for launch. It's a watch item at the moment, and so we're keeping our eyes to the skies. Also, this is a first for our broadcast team right here. An astronaut who once sat right here where Nick is sitting as a commentator is now minutes from flying to space. Zena Cardman was once in this very seat, the one that Nick Hague is sitting in now, less than a year ago. She was supporting Nick as he launched with Crew-9. She was originally set to command that mission, but when Crew-9 had the shift and had the change up of assignments, she had to step back to help get the team off the ground. And here's what she said, Nick, after watching you and your crew go into space.
Every crewed launch that I have ever watched has really brought me a lot of emotion. This one today was especially unique. I think it was hard not to watch that rocket lift off without thinking, that's my rocket and that's my crew. But I also know that I'm not the only person who can think that. Of course, we have Stephanie Wilson here today, but I mean, there are many, many people who made this mission happen, and there are people on orbit who will be taking this capsule home. And it makes me very proud to know that I am one of many people who can say, that's my crew, that's my rocket. Makes me really proud, makes me feel very connected to this mission that we all get to take part of. Go Crew-9.
An emotion-filled.
You got bumped off of that mission because they needed 2 extra seats to go and get the two, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who flew up on the Starliner 1, or the Starliner CFT mission, when NASA wasn't sure if Starliner would make it back because of their thrusters. The thrusters on Starliner were malfunctioning, and they weren't entirely sure that they could get the capsule back, so out of an abundance of caution, they sent up a Dragon, and instead of having 4, they sent it up with 2, to have an extra ride home.
Okay. Crew-11 is ready.
And more words.
Crew-11, sentiment is the same on the ground from everyone staying here. We have enjoyed working with you in the preparation for the mission. Looking forward to doing the same in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
All right.
And
inside of 10 minutes here, guys.
Hardman, we just heard from her live.
Yeah, it's...
So, Hired, that's a good time. So, if you're on Twitch, guys, I can actually control when the ads run and don't run. Don't get me wrong, I went on a pretty good rant yesterday about how I hate them. But if I run pre-roll ads now, I'm not doing it just because there's a lot of people here, even though that does help. I'm doing it so if you're not subscribed to the stream, first of all, no pressure to subscribe. If you're just here to watch Space on the down low, that's fine. Totally get it. I do it so unsubscribed viewers and people that are clicking on the stream, I don't want an ad showing during ascent. So if I run the ads inside of 10 minutes on the count, you will not get an interruption during the flight, because honestly, that would just piss me off. So I'm going to run them now on the Twitch side of things. YouTube, I still haven't figured out how to get that working correctly. But on Twitch, I'm going to run ads now. Once again, sorry. I apologize for the inconvenience.
This is Space. I'm in space.
Or Fluffy could just gift everybody a sub so nobody sees it. How much you get paid from ads? Not a lot, dude. On Twitch, not a lot. YouTube is a little bit different, but... Nah, it's not my style, Shizrek.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nick.
This is Space. I'm in space.
You can can hear the emotions behind them and what they're.
Sorry if that's a little loud, guys. NASA's sound is super underdriven.
As you mentioned, about 7 minutes and
Hey,
change
Rares,
to go until
thanks
we have
for the tenor.
liftoff, and we're still
Appreciate
awaiting the
it.
final
And Fluffy,
propellant
thank you,
loading to
guys.
complete, and then we'll get into engine chill and more milestones.
And then Crayola had a 47-month reset before that. Thank you.
Ride to orbit, and then Dragon in the second stage will continue to coast for a few minutes after that once the first stage and second stage have performed. You'll be hearing some of those performance calls as we get into that final countdown and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on the trajectory, speed, booster, and performance and the key milestones, but there are some other calls that you'll hear the crew make as well, especially after liftoff. The crew will report out a few number and letter combinations which mark different abort zones throughout the flight.
Yeah, hired.
The first
But
two, 1A.
the thing is that it's just NASA's sound is just underdriven enough that the booster, the volume booster on the browser,
this is space. I'm in space.
is going to overdrive it. Hey, Neil, thanks for the 5, man. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Call and diverting a little bit from the.
It's like just on the cusp of being bad. So what I did was I overdrove the sound in OBS, and that overdrives the alerter. So now the alerter is really loud.
Throttle up.
It's like, but if I went and adjusted it, NASA would be too loud. Like, it's just, I can't win with these people. It's funny because during the NASA cast at the very beginning, the audio was perfect. And then somebody turned it down right when SpaceX started casting. Somebody said, oh, no, that's too loud, and underdrove it by like maybe a decibel. And now it's in kind of that spot where
this is space. I'm in space.
It's hard
Right now,
to adjust
the prop
for
in the tanks is isolated from the engine.
God, gifted 5. Thank you very much.
The prop in the tanks has
I'll
already
kill the
started
alerts
trickling in
when we
to
get
the Merlin
closer to
engine
launch.
pumps as the engines are chilling for the start
I get it,
sequence.
Dean.
And we do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really, really cold.
Go and throttle
And
up.
we use this process to bring the engine hardware down to a cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. At
I
liftoff,
know,
Falcon
Baron,
9 is consuming
giving an
700
average.
gallons of
Hey, Heavy
fuel
Metal.
per second.
66.
Underchill helps us to
I'm in
prevent
space.
thermal shock and ensures
We got subs for days now. Higher gifted 5. Kyron gifted 100 bits. And Tari's gifted 5. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
AP gifted 5. Wow. All right. Okay. NSF is ahead by 30 seconds. Yeah, NASA's casts are usually delayed by 30 seconds in case something goes wrong. NASA can cut the cast before it happens. So if NSF has their own cameras, it's 30 seconds ahead. We are 30 seconds behind.
This is space.
Wait for a
I'm
month.
in space.
Gifted 5. Thank you. DJ Go Cards, 2-month resub. Major Postal with 5. Thank you for the sub trade, guys. I appreciate
this is
it.
space.
I hope you
I'm in
enjoyed the
space.
coverage. This is one of my favorite things to do here on Twitch.
For pressurizing to give extra structural stability for the rocket as it's making
Drummer?
This is space. I'm in space.
Shaw,
away, and
gifted
then
5.
around that time, you'll hear you mentioned
Books
there,
are
the
jerks.
strong back
Gifted
retract,
5. Thank
and
you
that'll
very
allow,
much.
provide
YouTube, we got a
access to
sub train
Falcon 9's
going over
fueling
there on
lines,
Twitch.
Discovery,
and build
go
Thank you
and
very
throttle
much.
and
It's a lot of hype, guys. I really appreciate it.
Right now, everything's starting to
Astrodika with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Okay.
Exciting to get to this point
Strong
of the
back is going to
countdown.
move back to the
This is space. I'm in space.
87-degree position. You guys broke the alerter. Hey, if you get the sub to groundless, thank you. So the clamp arms are going to retract.
This is space. I'm in space.
Clamp arms are going to retract. Strong back will move back to 87 degrees. And you can see the condensation being formulated.
This is space. I'm in space.
What did you guys do to this thing? You broke it.
Of the clamp arms open.
Not the rocket.
This is space. I'm in
Random
space.
Monkeys gifted 5. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Do you think they add hot thrusters to Starship to dock to Dragon? I don't know, Trapo. It's hard to say. With Starship's iterative design, you never know. They could go in any direction. Already random, Grab Shark.
This is space. I'm in space.
There goes the
We
clamp
have
arm.
some really great views on our screen of that
Oh,
happening
look,
right
look,
now.
she's moving. Falcon 9 swaying a little
You
bit
see it
as the
just
clamp
moving
arm
ever so
retracted.
slightly away
This
from
is space.
Falcon 9
I'm in
and
space.
You guys
spacecraft.
broke the damn alerter. JJ Boston with 100
Again,
bits.
those
Thank you
late
very much.
stages,
I'm
those
shutting that
fuel
thing
lines
off.
starting to
You broke it.
wind down their fueling procedures as we're about to hit T-minus 3 minutes until launch.
Yeah, Vasia, they ain't screwing around with Starship out there.
Second stage loading will wrap up shortly after the first.
Wish I could
and you probably
subtrain over
notice
here.
those
I'm
white
working
clouds
on it,
venting from
okay?
around the rocket. That isn't smoke. That's
How much sway until they get nervous? It always moves a little bit when the
Liquid
thing
oxygen
retracts.
Loading has been completed as liquid oxygen warms slightly inside the tanks. Some of it boils off, and that gas is vented to manage pressure. when the vented.
Yeah, those vent lines are managing what's called, like Joseph said, the caster. They're managing what's called tankology because the liquid oxygen is boiling. It gradually increases the pneumatic pressure in the tanks, and they constantly need to vent it off. Now, when the rocket engine is running, that's a little bit of a different story. They utilize helium tanks that's pumping gas in because you're draining liquid. You have to actually, it's the opposite when the thing flies. You have to keep the pneumatic pressure up so you have the right feed pressure for your engines. If you don't have the right tank head pressure, or what's called tankology, the engine will start coughing. If rocket engines start coughing, that's bad. We don't want any of that. So right now, before the helium tanks open, they're managing the pressure with the first and second stage here. Now, inside of 2 minutes, Falcon 9 will enter what's called a ground gas closeout, meaning the rocket is fully fueled and ready to go. Like I said, they saved fueling for the last minute. Now, Dragon's ready to go. You'll see a ground gas closeout. Remember how I told you at T-minus 20 minutes, you see the vent to move to start fueling the second stage. What they're going to do is they're going to purge out the line by pumping nitrogen up the line and opening up the LOX vent. They're going to evac the remaining liquid oxygen and fuel out of the transporter erector because you don't want rocket fuel inside of your launch pad when the rocket goes to launch. You want rocket fuel inside of your rocket. So they vent off the remaining propellants here by purging out the lines. Ground gas closeout is there to mitigate fires and when the rocket takes off. Because I don't know if you guys, some of you guys have watched a lot of rocket launches with me. If you haven't, it's about to get pretty hot, like right in this area here. Not here or here so much, but like right here, there's about to be a lot of fire if we go. 60 seconds out. You don't want anything catching on fire that doesn't need to catch on fire. Hold on, we're a little bit behind. Let's see what we got. Oh, counts off the screen. What happened? Well, it's an instantaneous launch window, guys, so any hold here means we're not flying. I'm going to go ahead and guess weather. If I had to venture a guess right now, look at that cloud. I wouldn't fly into that.
So as you've heard over the nets, that we did just have a hold called at the T-minus 1 minute mark.
Damn.
And that hold due to weather, that was something that we've been keeping an eye on. Our team here in SpaceX and Hawthorne, as well as in NASA, we're monitoring that throughout today's broadcast in preparation for launch. But unfortunately, standing down looks to be the case as the weather has created that violation. But we'll continue to monitor and await for the news officially from the teams on the ground as that weather violation looks to come into play for launch today.
Dragon, SpaceX, bad luck on weather there. We just got clipped by a cumulus cloud right over the pad, so ended up scrubbing for weather. With that, you are go to proceed to 5.100 for launch scrub. We'll begin offloading the rocket.
It happens. Guys, you don't want to fly into a cumulus cloud like that. Let's just say we learned the hard way during the Apollo program why you don't want to fly into that. So with rockets, there's something called a surface electric field rule, okay? You don't want to launch the rocket and put it in a position where the rocket is going to become a lightning rod, right? I don't think I need to say why you don't want lightning hitting that thing, okay? There's a reason why there's a lightning arrestor system up here. Lightning hitting this is not a good idea. Rockets are, with the exception of the payload, rockets are like 95, 96% fuel. There's the vent down. Why can planes do it, though? We fly a lot more planes, MS, than we do rockets. During Apollo 12 in 1969, late 1969, they launched a rocket into a cumulus cloud like that, and lightning hit a Saturn V and almost fried the computer on the way up. It actually specifically fried the battery systems for the computer. They had to switch for the battery systems for the antenna, the signal condition electronics. And yeah, that mission almost aborted. You don't ever want to put the rocket into a scenario where it's going to get struck by lightning. I wouldn't launch into that. Now, once again, airplanes can do it, but we fly a lot more airplanes than we do rockets. Maybe someday it's not going to be a big deal. But even nowadays, you don't want to take that chance. I wouldn't. You can fly again tomorrow. It's not a big deal. All right? Scrubs, not ruds. You know, if you fly now and you abort, well, that's a big problem. You definitely can't launch tomorrow, right? This happens. It happens. And it sucks that that cloud just peered over right at the last minute, actually at the last minute, but it does happen, man. I mean, weather can even stop some airplane flights if the wind is too high. Like, it does happen. Like, at the end of the day, with planes and with rockets, you just, like, any pilot knows this. You don't want to put yourself into a scenario where you're taking unnecessary risk. This is already a risky thing to do in general. There's still inherent risk, even if everything goes correct, right? You know, if you're a pilot, you don't want to risk that bird strike. You don't want to risk a tailwind during takeoff or landing, right? You don't want to risk it. Don't do it if you don't have to. We can launch tomorrow. The ISS ain't going anywhere. It'll be back. If you can avoid it, why risk it? Right? So I know it seems ridiculous that in current year, really a freaking cloud is going to be the difference between us getting there and not. Well, yeah, the launch window is instantaneous. You're down to the second timing. Like I said, any holds between the initial calls at like T-minus 30 minutes and now means you 24-hour scrub, right? So it means they'll just launch tomorrow. The reason why is because Falcon 9 needs the performance to RTLS. It absolutely needs it. That first stage you don't want to have the first stage coming down in the same spot where you could potentially have an abort contingency. So like in the event that, you know, you get to stage separation and Dragon has to separate right after the first stage separates, the first stage and Dragon are going to be flying in formation. You don't want that. That's bad. So between the lofted trajectory that a crew mission flies and the fact that you could potentially have Dragon coming down in the same spot as a first stage, NASA opted to have the performance with the first stage to turn around and come back and land at the launch site. An RTLS is what it's called, return to launch site. Because of that, because you need more fuel to actually turn the whole first stage around and come back instead of just coasting and landing, right? There's an instantaneous launch window. It's not that Falcon couldn't launch after the clouds clear. It's that if you launched it, you could probably launch it, probably get away with launching it again in like, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours when the ISS comes back over Florida. It's possible, but why risk it? Why risk it? You don't screw around with stuff like this. This is that kind of thinking. Some people might think, oh, it's a safety police. No, that's not the safety police. That's just being smart. Just launch tomorrow. It's not a big deal. In the grand scheme of things, having the astronauts spend another day in KSC and, oh, they eat another meal and, oh, you know, we need to refuel the vehicle. That is an inconsequential cost comparatively to a landing or to an abort, like an in-flight abort or a failure mode that could be induced from flying through clouds that are positively charged. You don't want to do that. So once again, if you're just tuning in, the vehicle is set to launch at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time. It's now 15 past the hour, and it's scrubbed due to weather. If you look at those gray clouds behind it, right at the last second, some cumulus clouds moved in over the pad. It sucks because it was basically clear up until right now. Yeah, some cumulus clouds happened, and they said no. Once again, 24-hour recycle is not anything in the scheme of this mission. Crew-11 has been planned for years. NASA and SpaceX have the missions planned out all the way till the end of the ISS in disposal operations right now. They have the crews planned out. So these launch campaigns take years to get right. Because you got to train all the astronauts. You got to train them for a 6-month duration stay. You got to make sure the rocket's going to go. You got to refurbish the capsule. A lot of stuff needs to come together to launch this. It takes months, years even for some missions, like Artemis, right? A 24-hour turnaround is inconsequential compared to the entire length and duration of a mission. That's nothing. So just launch tomorrow. Look, Florida is called the Sunshine State. It's going to be sunny at some point during a launch, right? So don't worry about it. This happens. It sucks, but it happens.
a rocket through
Now,
a tall cloud like that.
Now the thing is, actually, let me say one more thing. The thing is, if you know, guys, if you're bummed and you want to see a launch today, well, guess what, dudes? There is a Falcon 9 launch, a Starlink mission out of Vandenberg that's happening in a couple of hours here. 2:35 p.m. Eastern. It's currently 12:17, so just wait 2 hours. Another Falcon 9 will launch, albeit not with crew, but it will launch. So, yeah, don't worry. We'll get our fix today.
As we now see, they are starting to allow some of the liquid oxygen to vent off as they begin.
What happens with the crew on the station if Dragon aborts on ascent? Do they get back a 6-month extension? There's flexibility built into the plans, Wolian, but yeah, you really don't. There's flexibility built into what's called the ISS logistics. First and foremost, though, Wolian, the best thing to do is because of that flexibility, right? You would never want to unnecessarily enter into a scenario where an abort could happen. Like weather, for instance. Could they launch right now? Sure. Could it be fine? Yeah, probably. There's 4 people on board. You fine with yeah, probably? I'm not taking those odds. It's going to be sunny tomorrow. Who cares? Just launch it tomorrow. The flexibility is there around, not around necessarily dealing with an abort, even though you can, but the flexibility is built in out of, because you might not be good to go to the day. The ISS schedule has flexibility in weeks, if I'm remembering right. An abort scenario, Dragon aborting, that'll be great that the astronauts get away, is pretty bad for ISS logistics. And that's what I mean. Whenever we talk about these crew launches, I always say, if you really want to understand how crewed space flight is done, you want to understand that, you have to basically come from a place of preemptiveness. It's not the movies. If you watch like a spaceflight movie, 90% of the failures that happen would probably get caught during testing or during preparation. NASA's and SpaceX, for that matter, are all about mitigating those failures as much as possible. And that requires being a little bit preemptive, right? And weather is one of those things. They took into account that the weather might not be good. It happens. Florida, if you live in Florida, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The weather has ADD. It's like perfectly sunny one day, and then it turns to snot very, very quickly, and then it's monsoon conditions, and then it's sunny again. All in one day, Now, other parts of the United States have, like weather's different on a day-to-day basis. Florida, it's different by the hour, So the planned flexibility in the schedule is built around not an abort contingency necessarily, Wolian. It's built around maybe we launch tomorrow. You don't want to probably be fine. You want to be sure. And the best way to be sure that the rocket maximizes its chances of getting on orbit is don't launch it into a thunderstorm. Right? That seems like pretty common sense. That's a pretty smart thing to do. Now, once again, it's not that, guys, I want to reiterate this, because it's not that Dragon couldn't do it. Lightning could probably hit Dragon, and it'd probably be fine. It happens all the time with airplanes. You want to risk it? You feeling lucky, punk? Routine spaceflight is still in its relative infancy, right? It's nowhere near the reliability with planes. It's much less likely because we fly more planes. Getting hit by lightning is much more well understood, than a rocket. Hey, WD-40, thanks for the raid. Who witnesses when you pick you up from the airport in Florida? That's right, Geek. Yeah. Good thing Bruce Willis had good weather. That asteroid would have killed us all. See, Bob, not that Armageddon is the, Armageddon, not that the movie Armageddon is like the hallmark of, spaceflight realism. I think Star Wars is more realistic than Armageddon. I'm not even kidding. In that scenario, if it's timely and you absolutely needed to, the risk could be worth it. But right now, there's no rush. So it's looking like a 24-hour scrub. which means we get to do all this again tomorrow. It's great. But that is, so that is all how risk, oh look, it's sunny again, see? Look, frickin' sun came out. No, Bransky, but I would love to. They bumped the Vandy launch 2 hours, that's right. Are you going to stream watch Ship 37 testing? We'll double box it, Dean, for sure. Oh, actually, somebody asked what that thing is right there. That is the airport tugs that they use to pull the transporter erector to and from the hangar to the pad. Yes, SpaceX uses airport tugs. They're airport tugs with a custom frame on top of them so they can hold the vehicle correctly. Here, I got a picture. I'll show you. Right there. See? That's that thing. See this little mechanism here? Fun fact. SpaceX transporter erectors, some parts of them have wheels. Any A&Ps out there? Look at those wheels. Look at them real nice and good like. What are those? Hint. They're using an airplane tug to pull it. Those are 747 wheels. No joke. SpaceX back in the day, like, we need a wheel that can hold up something that's extremely heavy and that there's a lot of that's aerospace grade. SpaceX straight up just bought 747 wheels and tires, and they use that on their transporter erectors. It's pulled by an airport tug. Why not use airplane wheels? Makes sense, right? Those are 747 wheels. Yeah, the rims and tires. Fun fact. Yeah, pretty much, Enzo. Are those tugs pushing and pulling? They pull. They pull the transporter erector from this thing. And the back part of the transporter erector is on train bogies. Why? Train wheels are good at dispersing a lot of loads. You can carry stuff pretty heavy. You can carry a lot of pretty heavy stuff with train wheels, and there's a lot of them. So SpaceX took a bunch of train bogies. They probably bought a bunch of cars from like UP or FEC or BNSF or Norfolk Southern or whatever. And probably bought a bunch of cars, scrapped the cars, took the bogies, and freaking made that. That's what SpaceX did back in the day. Now, they're to the point now where they really don't need to use off-the-shelf components. Like with the Starship program, they just make it. Just make it, whatever. But back in the day, they tried to buy, to save on costs, they tried to buy as many off-the-shelf things as possible. So, you know, you see the transporter erectors for Falcon 9 with airport tugs and 747 wheels and train bogies. Those are definitely used. They definitely bought those secondhand, but they work. Train wheels are great at spreading the point load. That's why there's a bunch of them back there. They may have even bought those train wheels from NASA. NASA gave up its railroad network at the end of the shuttle program, which sucks, but hey, whatever. Why reinvent the wheel? Quite actually, why reinvent the wheel? Yep. Yeah, thanks, Gully. I got it, though. They don't even need to buy the cars. There's plenty of spare rail bogies. There you go. Ain't no shortage of freight cars in the United States, so... What is that yellow cart? I'm assuming you're asking about the picture that I just showed. Let me go back and look. That yellow cart right there is pneumatics. It's the pneumatic systems. That is the pneumatic system. Any train buffs here? Can you tell me what that pneumatic system does? Why would there be a pneumatic system attached to the train wheels? Brakes. So ship watching. Railroads utilize a pneumatic braking system. But it's not a braking system how you might think. It's the reverse of how like a hydraulic braking system works. What does that mean? So in a car, you have a hydraulic braking system. You step on the brake pedal, it actuates a hydraulic cylinder, goes through an ABS module nowadays, and it clamps a caliper on a rotor that's attached to your wheel. That caliper squeezes the rotor and it causes you to stop. That's called a disc brake. Okay? Now, trains use something like that. There's something similar. They do use a caliper, but the caliper is actually in here. You can see the braking system right there. It's behind this piece. And what it does is it pushes up against the wheels. But trains don't have a brake pedal, do they? What trains do have is a pneumatic system. They have an air tank. So the engine on a train, like on a diesel locomotive, it has a PTO, power takeoff from the main engine, that's driving a compressor that pressurizes pneumatic tanks on a locomotive. And the locomotive, once again, has the compressor on it. The train cars just have tanks. And if you look at a train, they have their knuckle coupler, right? And then they have a bunch of lines underneath. Those are pneumatic lines. They're pneumatic hoses. Now, why? Here's the difference between a hydraulic and a pneumatic braking system. Trains' brakes only work when pneumatic pressure is supplied to the car. It's the reverse. So the brakes are engaged, the brakes are on when the pneumatic tank has no pressure inside of it. When the locomotive hooks up to the car and you hook up the lines and the locomotive starts generating pressure and you open the valves on the coupler, you start pressurizing all the tanks in all the freight cars. Once you have pressure, that causes the brakes to come undone. That's the only time the brakes can disengage is when you have pneumatic pressure. That was invented by an American engineer named George Westinghouse. I'm sure you've heard Westinghouse if you like anything that has to do with anything industrial. Westinghouse, it was invented by him in the 1860s or 50s, I think. Westinghouse Air Brake Technologies, that company that he started basically 175 years ago and change, is still around. It's called Wabtec today because that technology is so smart. Because think about it. You have a freight train that's pulling something up a track. Say for some reason the coupler comes undone. That's a loss in pneumatic pressure. All the brakes on the cars engage. So it's impossible to have cars to run away. Now, with that being said, if the car is a certain mass, you can overcome the brakes and get a runaway train. That's basically what a runaway freight car is. If you're going down a hill and the brakes get too hot, they start melting, or you lose pneumatic pressure, the brakes will engage. They engage too much, they overheat, they melt. Train goes down the hill anyway. But for the most part, for like non-uphill and downhill operations, it's very safe because the train cars will not move without a locomotive connected to it. Now, in this case, there's no locomotive pulling the transporter erector. So they need a localized pneumatic system to disengage the brakes on the cars. And if I'm looking at this correctly, there's only one cart here, right? And like I said, knowing SpaceX, they probably just bought a bunch of scuba tanks or something, or welding tanks, and just used that system there. There's your cart control mechanism. There's your pneumatic line. There's the flex hose, right? And there is the braking control system and your tank for this side. And if I'm looking at this right, the pneumatic system goes up and over and goes to the other car, or goes to the other 4 bogies on the other side. I don't see any cart over there. So that's the pneumatic system for all 8 bogies here. I'll bet you there's another tank on the other side too, with probably a similar control board. If I had to guess, that's just a guess, but that cart is there to alleviate the brakes on the train wheels. Yeah, you didn't think you'd be learning about trains today, did you? But here we are. Did it scrub? Weather. Weather was no good. Oh, okay, Brian. Yeah, so once again, that's to move that thing right there. The bogies should be sitting right on, like if we could tilt this camera up and look like behind the rocket, the bogies are sitting there. They'll be fine during launch. It's a train bogie. It's heavy duty already. It'll be fine. But the airport tugs and everything are a little ways away. They're sitting on the crawlerway over there. To be fair, I figured there was a good chance trains might come up. Dude, I like engineering. If you like engineering, you most likely like trains. I've very rarely met an engineer, aerospace, mechanical, electrical, that does not like trains. Every engineer likes trains. It's mandatory almost. It's not, but now that I said that, there's the one random person watching the stream who's like, I'm an engineer and I hate trains. Like, yeah, okay, I get it. You secretly like trains. You're just in denial. It's fine. Yeah, Apocalypsis, we did have a weather scrub. The next launch attempt is tomorrow at 11:43 a.m., which means we need to be here at 7:35 a.m. Crap. Oh, no. Oh, balls. Could the next crew launch be from KSC be Artemis 2, or am I forgetting some mission? Assuming Crew 12 happens? It's possible, Sad, yeah. I'm glad I asked about the thing on the ramp. Definitely enjoyed the explanation. Oh, yeah. I used to be a rail fan. I just forgot everything. Everybody likes trains. Trains are awesome. Trains are amazing. It's an amazing piece of engineering, seriously. There's not many things out there that can use 3,000 horsepower to move like 6 million tons of train. Well, not 6 million tons, 1 million tons.
So we're standing down due to weather and not because someone left the stove on?
That's not funny. Maybe I don't feel like playing summer car tonight, guys. You want to screw with me? I'm going to screw with you too. Maybe I suddenly just don't feel like it.
Both more. What we're doing here is trying to make sure that we are effectively doing the launch procedures in reverse. Right now we're detanking Falcon 9, so we're taking about 1 million pounds of RP1 and liquid oxygen off the vehicle so that our crew can safely exit the spacecraft. On Monday, our crew actually worked through a dry dress rehearsal. So they went through a lot of the procedures that they did today exactly as they did them today in preparation for launch.
Jaded, it happens all the damn time, dude. You don't understand.
Tomorrow, we're actually just following through with the rest of the dry dress rehearsal procedures. The crew is going to exit or egress the spacecraft, and then, as we were just discussing, go back into that quarantine process. Meanwhile, our teams on the ground are going to go ahead and keep an eye on the health of the vehicle and our crew, of course, but also continue those vehicle side checkouts to make sure that we are ready for that next launch opportunity tomorrow at 11:43 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks, Bleaks. I think I was dropped too much. I think I was dropped on the head as a child. That's why I can remember it. It's a blessing and a curse, man.
30 minutes, a little bit more waiting on that detanking. And obviously, you've got a view of Crew-11 there on the left-hand side of your screen, and down in the corner, you can see that Dragon spacecraft sitting on top of the rocket, still at LC.
You still got plenty of
39A at Space Force Base in Florida.
39A is at Kennedy Space Center. Not Cape Canaveral Space Force.
We're of course going to keep following the crew, keep a close eye on them as they follow through these egress procedures.
Pretty sure she
and then make their way back to the crew quarters to maintain that quarantine environment that they've been in now in the lead up to launch for several days.
Is Oleg sleeping? Yeah. You got downtime now. You got plenty of time till the next launch. Yeah.
Anytime we have crew on board the vehicle.
Even in the hour up to fueling, I'd take a nap. I just chill. Dude. Especially if you're a mission specialist, if you're the people that are sitting out on the flanks, just hang out. Like, what are you doing? Dude, it's funny. I've seen Russians fall asleep. You know, it looks like Oleg's asleep. They fall asleep all the time. In fact, we saw I think Soichi Noguchi on his flight. I think it was Crew 3 or 2 or something. He just fell asleep. He did a Kimi Räikkönen. He just fell asleep. Fell asleep right up until launch. He's like, he's sitting on the camera like this. And fall asleep. It happens. You got some downtime. You're not needed right now. Get some shut eye. I mean, launch days, you're, you know, even if you're sitting left and right seat, you know, and you're not the commander or the pilot, right? It's still a lot of stuff going on. If there's anybody out there, you know, that's like served in the military, or, you know, or is like a firefighter or a police officer, you sleep when you have time. Even like a 5-minute nap can really make a difference. You know, you especially like if, you know, if there's people out there that are serving or have served in the past, you sleep when you get a chance to. When you have downtime, go to sleep. Because when you're up, you're needed all over the place. Just, yep, go here, do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do this. It's a lot. Sleep when you get the chance. The best is Spaceballs on the tablet. Nothing will beat that. That's still amazing. Yep. Believe me, Victory, like, I've never served. I've never served in the military, but I push myself. Like with these long streams. We got 2 16-hour streams back to back. There's not a lot of time to do anything else except, you know, sleep. So, you know, I'll sleep when I can. You know, I demand a lot out of myself on purpose. Laforte, I am working as a test engineer on one of the few test stands in Europe for railway brakes, and I can tell you that these tests are crazy in a real operation. It is not possible to get rid of the conditions that are required. Yeah, Laforte, right? I mean, the reason why you're most likely doing absolutely crazy tests that would most likely never happen is because Murphy's Law. You know, if you make something idiot-proof, the universe is going to make a bigger idiot. Look at how safe automobiles are nowadays. Dude, automobiles are safe enough, like you could drive it straight into a brick wall at 60 miles an hour and come away relatively unscathed. Right? Comparatively to cars like 50 years ago, you hit something going 60 miles an hour, you're dead. Like, it's not even close. Not even a judgment call, right? With that being said, people still die in car accidents. You know, like Murphy's Law. It's like the plight of being an engineer. And I'm not an engineer either. I'm just some guy that likes talking about it on Twitch. But this is what people have told me. You know, you try to make something idiot-proof, universe is going to make you make a better idiot. So, you know, your job's never done. Can confirm, as an aerial firefighter, naps are very valuable. The sound of an APU starting up is guaranteed to wake you up if you're taking a nap nearby, for sure. Can you name a random non-propeller plane, not helicopter, that most people don't know about? A random non-propeller plane, not helicopter, that most people don't know about. B-200. It is a flying boat with jet engines. A Beriev 200. It's a Russian plane. Not a lot of people know about that. Cool plane. Brandon, okay, since it's scrubbed, they're going to have a second last breakfast. Would you have the same thing? Yes. I'd be stacking protein, dude. Just because. The engineer's job is to put natural selection out of business. Yes, Tesla. That's hard to do. Sajid, we have a scrub right now. It's scrubbed due to weather. Right when we got into the final minute of the count, a cumulus cloud formed right over the pad.
25 more minutes left in that detanking of the Falcon 9 before that crew access arm and the procedures to take the crew and egress them out of the Dragon spacecraft can begin. But again, that Crew-11 team, there you can see them sitting comfortably in their chairs, just waiting their time and being patient with the process.
Is that LOX put back into the tanks or just vented? They vent the liquid oxygen. They will evac the RP-1. Yep. Dude, so here's the thing. That LOX is already partially boiled off. Trying to put it back into its container, if it's partially boiled off, by definition, it's a little bit warmer than the liquid oxygen, than the densified LOX that's already in the tank. The liquid oxygen plumbing kind of is a one-way street. RP-1 is a two-way street. You know, unless you have some type of recondenser system built in. To my knowledge, I don't think Falcon 9 has that. So, like, Starship has a recondenser. So Starship can offload propellants I don't think Falcon 9 has provisions for cryogenic evac. I don't think so. But I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. So they're going to let the liquid oxygen boil off. Yeah, it's going to sound ridiculous to call it this, but with a legacy system like this, or any other rocket flying, most cryogenics are a one-way street. The RP-1, though, that's jet fuel. You know plenty about that. Yeah, you could just reverse the pump. Pull it right out. More hearts today? Yeah, Bleaks. Let's finish. Oh, it's raining. Oh, it's guys, it's raining at the pad. You could just see it contrasted to the solar panels on Dragon. Don't worry, the capsule can get wet. It's designed to do that. That's why they got covers on everything. Probably didn't want to launch into a precipitous cloud. That's bad. Remember what I said about, if you hit water at high speed, if Falcon 9's going fast enough and it launches into a rain cloud, that water, incompressible, is going to hit the capsule, and it would be like a shotgun blast going off at the front. I mean, Falcon 9 gets past the speed of sound in about a minute. You do not want to fly that into a rain cloud. that would be bad. Once again, would it be fine? Yeah, maybe. Do you want to take that chance with people on board? No. No. It's not something common to work with train, so I just want to say that these tests are crazy, that the train cannot do that kind of forces and energy that we used to test in years. Yep. Good stuff, LaForte. That's cool, man. That sounds like a fun job. So, I want to play Hearts, guys, but we're kind of in a weird spot because it's 1 o'clock now, and then that Starlink launch is set to go at 2:35. So we got about 90 minutes. What we'll probably end up doing is I'll switch over to playing games from crew coverage because this, I know I stream on YouTube, but this is a Twitch stream. This was a Twitch stream first. Twitch, we gotta play video games. It's Twitch. I have a firm rule about that. All right, we gotta play at least some. So. I've been working through a Hearts of Iron campaign, if you're into that. It's a grand strategy game that takes place during World War II. It kind of is fun for playing out alternative history scenarios. And in the alternative history scenario that I'm currently playing out, I started as Poland and proceeded to hold off the Germans and then hold off the Soviets. And then as Poland conquered Germany in 1940 with help from the Allies, and then did my own Operation Barbarossa as Poland, and then took over the Soviet Union. Yeah, Hearts is really weird. You can do some weird stuff in that game. So we're going to continue with part 3 there. Right now, I'm going to stop the coverage here. Once again, Crew-11 coverage for the recycle and launch tomorrow. We'll start here at about 7:30 in the morning, Eastern time, and the launch is currently scheduled for 11:35, I believe, tomorrow morning. So that would have been a half hour before the launch today. That has to do with precession and stuff, if you want to know, orbital mechanics. It's not at the exact same time because the Earth is spinning underneath the ISS. Like the ISS is orbiting, the Earth spinning underneath it. So the window the next day might not be at the exact same time. It might be further forward or further back, etc., etc. So that's where we're going to stop with the crew coverage for today. Let me just retitle. Retitle the VOD to say scrub. And yeah, there will be a momentary loss of signal here. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I just got to jog the YouTube VOD and start up a new one for Hearts. And if you're on Twitch, just stay here and enjoy Hearts of Iron with me. If you're here for rocket launches, there's another one in 90 minutes. And we will watch it. We'll take a break during Hearts to watch it. So stick around if you want to. If not, I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll be back in a little bit. We still got plenty of stream left. The stream is tentatively scheduled till 11 p.m. tonight. So we got a lot of time. Don't worry. So we got Hearts, Starlink launch, some space news, and then my summer car to finish it up. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. I'll be back.